All right, welcome, my dear friends. This is a podcast, and we will talk about the current state of AOS, overall combat, how it feels after the patches. That most of people think that they are not enough for weak classes, not enough nerf for the OP classes that are in the game. We have approximately 8 to 10 guests for today, and this is Black Spirit Podcasts. You missed it, I know it. It's been a long time. We were waiting for this one. Who are our guests? Hazy as a Ranger main, our manager Higa, Idex as a Dosa main, Mazes Sakjurak main, Mailer is right now, as far as I know, is Scholar main. Optimus Prime is our new guests. You guys have me as Yapper, Vafroy as a Sak Valkyrie classmaster, Archive is Ethical Sage main, and we will have, if I'm not wrong, few more guests. I'm sure Zeroden will be there as a warrior main. We will talk about game itself, that how it feels, the current state of the combat, because BDO's combat is the most unique combat in the market. And yeah, I'm just giving the thing to Higa. Higa will just manage the entire podcasts. And thank you.
For joining. And as Quenya explained, today we're mainly going to be talking about all these PvP balancing that some classes have been receiving that we've seen. Debate a little bit on how the changes affected the meta, if they were good enough or if they were hit it on the right mark, and find obviously how this is affecting the current season of AOS. And we're talking about this now precisely because they have announced that most likely the PvP changes on classes are about to be done with the upcoming week patch day, So, yeah. Before starting, I know Quendia did a short, brief introduction to each one of you guys, but I want you to feel free and say who you are. So let's start again. Hazy, would you introduce yourself?
Hello, yes. Hello, everyone. I'm video's most polarizing Suck Ranger here. I will terrorize your mid ladder, and I will crash out today. So, yes. Thank you very much.
That's fantastic. Okay. Avex, feel free to go.
Hello, everybody. I'm Idex, Awakening Dosa main, Succession Dosas for losers. I make guides for Awakening Dosa. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to this podcast, really. Oh, I also have a new guide for Awakening Dosa if there's anyone interested in the class.
Yes.
So I highly advise you check it out. It's worth your time.
A big banger, for real, for real. Okay, Mazes, your turn. Introduce yourself.
Hey guys, Mazes. I'm a Suck Drak main and also Awakening Drak enjoyer and content creator as well. So yeah, I would always like to yap with these guys every once in a while, so it's good to be here.
Let's go. And we're glad to have you. Okay, Myla, your turn. Who are you?
I'm Myler. I play Scholar. I stream it sometimes if I find any PvP to stream.
Yep. Sounds good. Our newest addition, we welcome Optimus Prime. May you please introduce yourself?
Thank you, Higa. Yeah, I'm a Suck Ninja main. Been playing for about 2 years, and really excited to talk with everybody here today.
Nice. We jump onto Buffer. How are you doing, mine? Can you please introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Vafroy. I play Succession Vogue, and I'm glad to be here once again.
Let's go. An Archive, the ethical sage.
Hello, my name is Archive. I wrote what's known as the Bible for Awakening Sage. I'll say myself, or he guys is gonna get pissed.
Yep.
And yeah, been playing. Will always be playing Awakening Sage, no matter the state of the class. To the best of my ability, and as far as I'm allowed to not be a complete spectator on the class.
I was waiting where that one was gonna land. Okay. Very politically correct answer. I love that. Okay, so as some people may know, because we've been talking about, let's chat a little bit about Arena of Solare, the current PvP balancing, and overall, let's chat about the quick changes that there's been on the system. They added a couple of new maps. The DK system of points is now changed. So for purple rank, you have 3 days in which you are allowed to not play and then start losing points. On blue, I believe is 2 points. And on Radiant and above, there's nothing above, but on Radiant, you need to play 1 day yes, 1 day no. Other changes are like the point system rewarding. There's still win streaks. There's still a new addition, which is the lose. When you're 1800 points and above, there's now losing streaks in which you will keep losing more points for consecutive losses. And overall, they've been trying to balance, although this might be a hot one. I will throw my first question here. Now lower ranks are getting more points, so on paper it should be easier for all the players that just keep playing, even with a little bit below 50% win rates, to win more points and get to the 1800 point mark, the purple rank. How do we feel about that increase in point on the lower ranks and a little bit less on the highest ones? I'm gonna throw the question up to Buffroy, because if I'm not mistaken, up to date, he's the highest point rank, the highest MMR in this room. So how do you feel about that one?
It felt like low mid ladder felt good if you have the ability to carry, but if you somehow fall slightly below, the quality of the matches start to deteriorate very quickly, because there's one, at least on every team, or most likely in my case, in my team, that don't know what they're doing, or they're very hard to carry. So it improved and made people play more, but it also deteriorated the quality of the matches for me.
Okay, yeah. Feel like it's a little bit of everyone is thinking in that way, in which points are given a little bit too freely, maybe for and the quality of the games are a little bit lower, but we always will have these kind of conversations. Overall, I feel like AOS being more popular and inviting people to get engaged with the content is good. But yeah, what do you think, Casey? What are your MMR check? Where are you sitting right now?
I haven't played for a week. I'll tell you that right now.
You haven't played yet.
Yeah, and I'm playing one of the worst classes in AOS, and I'm 1.5.
1.5? Okay. That's good.
I mean, on Sock Ranger, terrorizing right now,
You get a
but-
good map and you're thriving, man. You get a
But no,
bad
this
one,
is
but
like right now, this is terrible. I think the current ranking system is completely terrible, because the thing is, it obviously following up from the discussion that you get, it deteriorates the higher rankings, right? It means that people can it makes terrible classes better than what they are supposed to be, right? Because certain classes you can't climb with them. You just can't climb with it. There are certain classes that is just terrible in this state of meta, but that the current ranking system covers it up by the fact that you can climb to 1800 if you grind out 500 games on a 45% win rates, right? Which then people be like, oh no, look, this class is fine. They got to purple. No, it's not.
No.
Right?
I get you.
The ranking system is good for people who want to just grind, get up there, but it it contaminates the system. It makes worse classes seem better than the way it is. That actually requires buffs, right? And overall, I think they need to somehow change it into a way that people can keep separate, so we don't higher ranked people don't get randoms in a team that just completely runs it down, and 400 elo players doesn't randomly get put into 1.2k, right? Because that's also a problem, right? Especially on the low ends, and mid ladder is just complete chaos. Right?
There's a good one that you mentioned there, which they did for the first weeks, and I feel like I talked about this with Quendia. The first weeks of this season of AOS, they did like an event, a couple of quests in which they would give like freebies like crons and chests and outfits out of AOS. So it would happen that you would get AFK people or people that would just hope they're gonna get carried and all that. And I feel like that is probably the worst idea that they've had in a while because they resetted the yellow and then you happen to find all these players. Did anybody had a suffering,
Yes.
first 10 matches, Mailer? Sure.
I was, I think 1650 or something in red, and I got a 300 elo, 300.
Oh, Lord.
Nothing in between, and he was full AFK. But, last patch, they apparently fixed that, right? If you're fully AFK, you get locked out from AOS. So
Yeah.
that's something.
MMR check, Mailer. Where are you sitting right now?
2K.
2K. Oof. That's huge. Okay.
I mean,
Scholar is OP. Scholar is OP.
Right.
No Scholar.
Okay. Adex, MMR check. Where are you sitting right now? Are you playing AOS?
Oh boy, I haven't really played a whole lot, to be honest.
Uh-huh.
I'm sitting at almost 1.3. I played like 60 games in total,
nice.
I think. So I didn't really
That's a
play
good
too
amount.
much. My win rate is
Nice.
still above 50%, so that's good.
W.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's nice.
But I did play most of my games during the first couple of weeks when everybody wanted to do the event, and it was not fun. It was not fun at all. I had the worst matches where I do, I don't know, almost 400k damage, and I cannot carry the team with my class. It's literally almost impossible. And
I feel you.
And by the way, I just want to clarify with one thing. I played 257 games.
Oh.
50-50. Actually completely split down the middle. And now you wonder why it was 50-50 with 257 games. Right? That's an odd number. I got one draw as well.
Ooh.
So yeah.
Interesting.
That's
how is that possible? Wait, how's that possible? How does that happen?
Sub Ranger, guy from map, everyone stay away from each other. Happens.
Oh yeah.
It only happens if there's no difference between the damage. It's like super rare.
Yeah.
But it has to be like super millimetrical, right? Because if it depends on damage, it's super rare.
Like if the timer runs out, as far as I know, it's either health differentiate is the first one, then it's damage from the team, and if the damage is the same, it gets a draw. Unless somebody.
It's blue, by the way. The draw screen is blue. Just let everyone know. And also, what's it called? And I'm 1.5. I just want the viewers to know that I am 1.5, doing 257 matches, going completely equal, and the draw. Right? I'm 1.5, so that means if you just double that, you'll be 1.8. And that's just not okay. Because
doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound
and also it's like every single game I go into, it's such an RNG, especially like as what's called Adex said, first week. Complete RNG, terrible matches, or some like extremely good ones is a complete coin flip.
Definitely. Okay, let's move on to Maces. Maces.
Wait, Diga, wait, not too fast. Not too fast.
Okay.
But yeah, I just got hit a lot with the people that don't really want to PvP. They just join the group and then they think they just either get carried or they AFK. And then as well the class composition is so annoying. It's so annoying if you have to fight 3 grabs and you don't have any in your team. It just feels like an instant L to me. And I understand that if they would try and balance this out, the queues would get longer. But oh my god, it is so infuriating. Like it boils my blood. I like PvP in this game, but this season, I swear to God, I mentally almost cannot handle it.
Yeah. But would it really increase the queue times though? Like I don't know. I have so many games where like it's just like you said. Like one team has no grabs, the other team has 3 grab classes. Like even in that match that popped, right? Even if they just balance it after that, right? It would still be
maybe.
True.
It wouldn't change the queue times.
I'm
Yeah,
not saying
okay.
like fully equal number of grabs or whatever, but I have
No,
this
but
memory. I have this memory.
I mean,
Now
if a
you
lobby
guys mentioned it.
has 2 or more grabs, like they should
Yeah.
be split. Right?
They should be
That
split.
should
Yeah,
be
that,
a
hands
rule in the
down.
matchmaking.
Yes.
I
It's pretty
remember.
obvious.
I remember this game. I went with Lua, and he was DK. We had an archer, and I was Awakening Sage against a striker, mystic, and a ninja. Okay. And we legit just 3-0. We got 3-0'd. And after that, he just demotivated me because saying, this has been the worst AOS match I've had this season so far. And there's nothing you can do, really. Like, the man just couldn't handle the grab pressure, and it was terrible. So definitely, that one stuck onto my heart. Lua saying I was the worst AOS experience he has had this season. So yeah, that one hurts. Okay, we jump onto Maces to check how is AOS treating him. How is the MMR check?
Yeah, I only did like placements and then like 5 matches.
Okay.
And then I stopped in blue. It was okay. I mean, like everybody else, a lot of RNG teams. Sometimes you just have 2 people who are evasion rolling, like the PV iframe.
Oh yeah.
You get a lot of them, or life skillers with farmer clothes, and then other matches were great. But it's very low elo to tell you anything substantial. Honestly, my class is also not the best for climbing, so
I was gonna say. Yeah, I was gonna say Succession Dracania is probably like his kit is not very well rounded or suited for this specific content. Although the class has been receiving a lot of attention in these rounds of balancing. How overall do you think Succession Dracania is gonna land after all these changes? Because I've heard very polarizing opinions. One says it's gonna be the newest killing machine in Nodewars and it's gonna be absolutely bangers. Another says that it's not enough and she should be getting more.
Yeah. So as you know, she's getting some changes next week as well, which is just going to be more ion uptime. But the thing is, it's not the worst class for AOS, but it's definitely not going to be a killing machine in AOS. I was looking at your tier list and kind of thinking where to place her. I would just place her squarely in like maybe mid B tier. Because like, very conditional. If there are no grabs on the other team, she can do really well, actually. But even one grab pressuring you is very difficult to do.
It's very tough.
Yeah,
I
she
agree.
won't be OP in Node Wars either. I can guarantee you that. But it's getting stronger, so that's good. Nobody's playing her.
Yeah, that I'm surprised because I thought that at least on capped, maybe not on uncapped, but on capped, maybe we would see more Succession Dracanias. But I feel like everyone is just still sleeping on the class. I feel like she is like you know, a resident slipper. People would enjoy playing her, I feel like.
Yeah, there was 20 of them on EU. Now there's like 50. There has been an increase, but you know, like witches and stuff, we have 200 of those, right? So it's still not nearly as popular or widely adopted.
For what it used to be, the poor class, it's still a little bit, you know, untouched. Okay, we're gonna jump onto Optimus Prime. I would like to know your MMR, current MMR. Are you doing AOS? Are you enjoying your experience? Is this your first season of AOS?
It's my second season of AOS.
Okay.
I'm like roughly around 1,000.
Okay.
I think AOS is probably the best PvP content in BDO. It's the most structured, and it kind of gives you a chance to work with other classes to win a match versus the opponent. I find like Siege and Node War to be sometimes unpredictable and chaotic, especially with like carpet metas. So either you're like doing grat stuff or you have a specific objective. Other than that, it's like if you're not a carpet meta, you're just going to get steamrolled. But AOS probably it's the best environment for learning PvP content because you have a controlled environment to improve consistently, learn class matchups, learn how to use your class, and you're going to have better ping as well. I know there's usually a huge ping. Sorry,
Yeah.
not ping. FPS drop when they're
Uh-huh.
doing larger contests with other players.
That is true. That is true.
Um,
Totally true. But I like your point, which is after we finish with this question, could be a good one. I was like, is AOS actually the best PvP content that we have right now in the game?
Yes, by far.
I think so. Yes. Yes.
By far.
Yeah.
And it's actually surprising because on paper it shouldn't, right? People love these massive fights and everything, and with all the changes that Node Wars and Sieges have been receiving, and EU at least, in NA we think, I think that it's more popular to go on construction, but in EU being stuck on occupation and all that, it just feels off, honestly.
Yeah, but both can be true.
Yeah.
AOS can be the best mode, but Node War can still be a good mode, right?
Yeah. But I like that point. I think overall, when you say that a PvP mode is fun, is a mode that you just keep pressing a button and you don't realize that time is flying, right? So I think that only happens to me in AOS, so it has to be true, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
I will cut in and say one more thing. AOS is where skill expression matters the most, right?
Yeah.
It is essentially how, because it's not 1v1, right? So yes, 1v1 has skill expression as well, but it's not only skill expression, it's perfect balance between skill expression and teamwork, right? Because it demonstrates how much of a human you are, basically, right? Can you work with your team on top of having great mechanics in terms of your skills? And that's why a lot of players like it, especially the people who want to show off their skills. And it's becoming and there's a prestige to it almost, right? And in Node Wars is just, especially larger scale, right? People disappear on the map. What are you gonna do?
No. Yep.
Yeah, but even the other factors they come in, right? Like you can jump into the game, instantly go in. The only thing that's gonna matter is your breath level. So that's the kind of awkward that it's not instantly in, right?
Yeah.
You can make silver there based on your skill. That is comparable enough with the fun you have. It is just overall just great. It is, I don't know.
And plus it's balanced gear, right? It's balanced gear, so that means it's just like a league game. Everyone starts normal, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Totally agree. Okay, let's move on to Quendia. Quendia, MMR check. Where are you sitting right now? How is Awakening Dracania?
I'm just staying between 1.7, 1.8. Game is non-stop giving me all yellows. And my class is not allowing me to just solo carry. I'm playing and completing games like 30 CCs, 250k damage. And I'm losing with Awakened Drag. Imagine you're doing that with Awakened Drag.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also you guys talk about the early part of the AOS that Drag didn't get those buffs. The class was kind of unplayable. And that's AFK people, griefers, life skillers. I was just saying that, hey, I'm here, please carry me, Quendia. Rather do something than help me a little. Let's just see. It's a team game, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, they just wait 2k damage, no CC. They die instantly. They don't even use V. They're rolling with PVI frames. And that was pretty tough times. And matchmakings right now, I don't know why game is non-stop giving me. Game's pumping me. I'm just reaching 1.8. I'm saying that, yes, finally I'm going to get proper teams. And bam, full yellow, and I'm there with myself. And my class, at the end of the day, no matter how I do, if I don't have team, I'm giga limited. I can give them proper gameplay with experience and with my CCs, go in and out. But at the end of the day, no matter what I do, like for example, Sack Ranger. If you have a proper team, Sack Ranger can be useful at some certain points. At 1.8k, maybe you can be good. But if your team is completely clueless, what can you do about that? They don't even just join the voice channel. How are you going to communicate with these people, or how are you going to win that game? Impossible. I stuck in 1.7, 1.8. I can go beyond that. And also, I also check other drugs in other regions. 1.8k is the limit for Dracania right now. going beyond that requires a little bit RNG, because 1.8, 1.9K right now is this like full meta classes match, and also high experience players. They know your limitations. They're running at you at some certain points. Your limitations will just stop you. Yeah, that's the current state of me.
I also have this question because the game mode is very popular in MENA. I guess it's also very popular. There's a lot of players that have been also trying to QE in EU.
Yeah,
we have Aler, Ama Foyisa, we have a lot of, like Freya too, the Awakening Sword. There's a lot of players from MENA that also come to EU.
I can say 30-40 people top 100 EU from MENA server probably.
Yeah.
Their name's different. There are lots of people from MENA. They're camping EU.
Yeah, I noticed too.
Yeah.
Background Scholar was like from
crazy.
MENA for the first 3 weeks.
Damn.
Oh, by the way, can I talk about like just a quick tangent? Can I just talk about the situation with alternate accounts really quick?
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, I feel like PA doesn't care.
Doesn't care.
You get this feeling after like 7 AOS seasons. Of course, they don't care.
Yeah, for 7 AOS seasons, they have blatantly allowed the ult accounts, which is, by the way, they took some precautions, but like overall, let's pick one of the more like top examples. Mages, right? He has 2 ults right now in the current season. Yeah, nothing's done with it.
But here's the thing: why is smurfing a bad thing, though?
It's a bad thing because the thing is you are allowed to grief. It gives room to grief because the thing is you are okay. Certain people place ults because they want to practice at the start, right? They want to be like, okay, let's do some practice, right? Let's see how it goes, and if that goes well, then we go on main. Well, when we're in the zone and all that. But certain people, when they queue on the ults, right? They have less regards, right? Sometimes they're smurfing, right? Sometimes they're smurfing down in red, right? Trying to own some kids, right? But sometimes they actually want to actively grieve people, right? Because especially like if they want to stay in red, or like they are a purple or a blue player in class and skill level, but they want to stay in red, then obviously they want to grieve some players, right? And I think this is extremely true when it comes down to like who you can target grief, especially with AOS being such a small elo pool sometimes, right? Depends on the time you're queuing and all that. So like it's a massive dilemma because due to the fact that you can have ults just do that. That is a possibility. I'm not saying a lot of people do it, but that does happen. Since I play a quite a polarizing class, I have experienced that myself. Outside of that, sometimes the ult just performs better because it's a numbers game at the end of the day, right? If your RNG is better on your ult accounts, just climb with your ult. That's how Mage's ult was actually top 1 for a bit, right? When his main was actually lower. It's a no-brainer if you're no life in this game is to just have an ult account, right? Maybe 2, maybe even 3, right? Because then you're just playing the numbers game, right? Which one you get bigger RNG? Which one is going to get you to the top, right? By that point, prestige is just a blanket, a shadow over you, right? You're gonna get that if you have the right class and the right skills. You're just doing more numbers. You're just doing more games. You're just doing on more accounts, so you have more chances, and it's just statistically you're gonna get higher overall.
It's not only just that; you're also contaminating class data. Like I can look. Imagine Mages had 10 ults. They're all 10 in top 100. Wow, Succession Wizard is busted. It needs nerfs. Like it contaminates class data. It alters class data. It's just wrong.
Yeah, but is the data skewed though? Like at the end of the day, you need to like look at the class and AOS performance with the best player. No.
Yeah, I think
it doesn't really change anything.
Yeah.
I can add something to this.
That regard.
Sure, go Adex.
What stops a high elo player with a high elo alt account from gatekeeping people he doesn't or they don't like?
But that should be bannable.
What doesn't stop them? They do that. They do that all the time. What do you mean?
But that should be bannable, no? Like if people just
PA can prove it. That's the issue. Right?
Yes.
PA has two options. They either ban
I've
all
seen it in
alts,
other games
or they
as
do
well,
it like they do it right now.
where they
Well,
actively
where they don't
care.
use their
Yeah.
alts or something to actually gatekeep competition, right? And that it kind of like, if people do that, that's like very unhealthy. Like mindset wise.
There's only two options PA has. Like either they forbid it entirely, or they just do what they do right now.
And then there's the problem as well. How do you monitor that?
You can check the IP of the account, no? You can check the IPs, and if they are the same, then you can just, proceed to ban the alt that it's like caught being
just MAC address
doing that behavior. No,
all right, guys, this is an ad for NordVPN. Anyways,
NordVPN doesn't change your MAC address, dude.
I mean, no, not your MAC address. True, you still have your fingerprints, but at the end of the day, it's like they just choose not to, right? That's the main thing. They just choose not to.
Is it against their terms of service, like explicitly?
It's not against their terms of service because you're technically not grinding for like PvE wise.
It's not account sharing, and nor are the two accounts interacting with each other. So.
I was gonna go there.
And as well as account sharing, I do believe coming from the PvP circle, I've seen a lot of accounts that has been shared, right? But one of the things that people say that it doesn't break TOS per se is that you play with as a player on one account one season, and another person plays on another season, right? And that that's
bannable. They just never get reported.
They just never get banned.
Straight up bannable. Yeah,
I mean that's straight up bannable, but they just never get banned.
That happened with Guild League, and eventually somebody reported them, and they all got banned for like half a year, and some of them couldn't go to the tourney. That literally happened.
By the way, the accounts
that has happened.
They're still up. They are still up. So,
okay.
So PA doesn't permaban anybody for anything in PvP related. Straight up, they just do not.
I would say, in my opinion, for the shared not shared accounts, for the alts, for me there is no issue with the alts if it doesn't become a toxic behavior for others to like int and prevent other competition to like scale up.
In a way, I do agree with you there. Yeah.
Like if it contaminates the data for classes performance, like who cares? Everyone knows it's the same guy. Like it's mages doing the thing, right? Like whenever you do your ranking, you just know there's one person that is duplicated at the top, and you minus the numbers,
PA doesn't,
right?
PA is oblivious to it.
PA does
when they collect the class data, they're not gonna check
the
number account 135. Yeah, the GMs know, but the data that goes to KR that eventually turns into class buffs and nerfs. Those people
do they really look into that?
Are you
really
sure
look into
that GMs don't compile that for them? Do we even know that?
We don't know. There's no way we will know either.
We don't know.
Yeah, so it's all speculation, like if it matters or not. Yeah.
I just know that for a fact, PA and KR, they do class buffs and nerfs based on very surface level data. They do collect the data, but then they don't look further into that data. And I could pull like 50 different examples from 10 years of BDO when they collected data, they didn't look further into it, and it resulted into very poor quality balance patches.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah. Remember the 1v1 tourney where they said they're gonna ask the Gosus for the class changes, and that never happened?
Yeah.
The classic.
I remember.
Okay.
At
now
the end of the
that
day,
sorry, go Quinn.
Yeah. At the end of the day, from like we should just look at this a little bit, general perspective. It is abusable.
Mm-hmm.
And top tier PP players, they're all good players. Like it's huge respect, but it is abusable. No matter what you're gonna do, somebody will abuse, and it will be very hard to just prove it. From this perspective, sometimes some rules should be a little bit strong. Multi accounts from one PC is bannable for all accounts, or bannable directly from AOS, not from game, but AOS content bannable. Like you will not be able to attend that season. Done. So
if your behavior is bad, you're saying, or just because
I directly just completely forbid the multi-account thing, because imagine just a random guy is grinding with the alt account. He reached 1.8, 1.9k. He is a good PP player, and his opponent actually fighting with in his class is in his team. how are you gonna know that he's gonna grief and let him lose? Because if he lose something, he lose nothing in main account. It was just alt account. So you will never know that. He can play really bad, but he can play for stats. You will never understand it. Because these are like top tier PP players. These are not just random people. You will never understand the intention of people. So sometimes some rules needs to be like really strict, strong, bold, that nobody can bend them. Multi accounts for like, if PA understand that you're just using multi accounts, it's very easy for them. Very, very easy. The power of the background of PA, you guys never even look at Crimson Desert. The technology of that they're using. It's very easy for them. They don't want to. But from my perspective, I love the PvP community. But this multi-account thing, I've heard many bad shits, like very toxic shits in the multi-account thing.
Oh, it's bad for the game overall.
I'm going to back up Kupenda's claim for just a moment, because I'm just going to quickly say a scenario, which, like, just to make it more clear for everyone. For example, let's just say I'm playing a Maegu, right? I got 2.3k on my main, right? And I play casually at around the 1.92k level on my alternate accounts, right? And then someone else in my guild, who is a very good friend of mine, was playing, for example, Suctricania. They can't break the 1.8, 1.9 barrier. And then I'm just here like, okay, I can actually Q snipe you right now. So let's Q snipe each other. If we're on the, together, we'll try as hard as we can to get you up. But if we're against each other, I'll try to make some slight mistakes to make our team weaker and intentionally lose for you to rank up. For your Suctricania to break the 1.92k barrier. Is that fair?
It should be bannable.
No.
Yeah, that's bannable, right?
Overall,
That's
To be fair, like, here's the
on
thing. Here's the thing. I've seen that thing happen on main accounts as well, even last season. If you know, you know.
But the only way PA bans for that is if people are dumb enough to type that in game.
Yeah.
Because then they can check the logs.
Yeah, but
main
like,
account,
the thing is,
they will
people
also get
rarely do
punished.
it on main account because they have something to lose. On the alt account, you don't really have anything.
The
So
only
that's why
way I've seen it happen is if people talk about it in game.
Yeah.
Even if it's super obvious to like any other player, they cannot prove it, so they will not ban for it.
Yeah, so
that's why I'm
basically,
saying multi-PC should be not allowed.
Points, right?
Yeah,
It should. No, the healthiest and easiest way would just to be say like you can't play an alt account in the same AOS region at all.
Yeah, simple.
That would be the easiest way to say it, and it would like not trouble anything else. Right? You can still have your alt on NA. Nobody's gonna care.
I think that would be the healthiest fucking thing, honestly.
Yeah,
it could be. Yeah.
Even in right now, isn't
take
it
away
like
some fun from it from people who want to queue, like when they can't get a queue on their main account? But it would just make the whole competitive scene, especially like mid-high ladder, so much healthier.
Yeah, exactly.
It would increase my fun. I'm basically forced to make an alt. Like as soon as I hit like top 50, I need to make an alt. There's no other way for me to climb. It is
basically
that bad now in EU.
Basically, whenever you hit the 2.1, unless you know there's a big queue that you want to snipe, you will encounter yourself with 2
maybe
reds,
yellows,
and the other team has 3 purples that have hands, and it's impossible to win. So you're inting yourself. You just have to cleverly queue up whenever you know there's good games happening at that time. So it's kind of tough.
We're super inflated on EU, Quenya. We
That's
don't have
awesome.
yellows anymore. Everybody that used to be in yellow is in pink now.
No, that's true.
Why? Because people spamming matches nonstop?
Yes.
Yeah, people have over 400 games, 45% win rate.
Yeah,
like
I saw
1800.
EU's top 100 today, minimum 2k. What the heck? It's been 3 weeks.
So someone with 500 games, I think it was an archer, no?
I don't want to admit it, but I am
Dakar, I
closing
think?
onto 450 games.
What?
That is diabolical.
Yeah. I might be
and he's not even on the high end. There's
Goikun
people that basically queue as much as I can.
I know. Might be a little bit of an illness at this point. But hey, I haven't forgotten about you, Archive. We need to hear you about your MMR situation and how is Awakening Sage right now.
I mean, MMR situation kind of doesn't matter. I'm at 1.6. I'm just playing a few games a week, trying out different classes. Wukong, suck Dosa, suck Sage, or playing whatever.
So you have
just
completely rolled off Awakening Sage.
No, sometimes I play games on Awakening Stage as well, but I'm just using AOS to like practice. I'm not trying to rank up. I don't give a shit, honestly. As for how Awakening Stage is, you can see by the fact that there is nobody in the top 20. I think nobody in the top 20 Awakening Stages with less than
Not yet.
150
Yeah.
games. With literally less than 150 games. Oh, well, never mind. There is one that I think is also the same guy that was banned.
They were last week. Like they're bouncing around between
Yeah,
rank 80
Sages
and
is like
rank 40.
a little bit of a coin flip, I feel like.
Yeah, you have to play coin flip because your entire win condition is rolling a good comp that can play around you and a bad comp that has a hard time running you down. And you have to just spam matches over and over and over again and keep a win rate above 45% and keep climbing slowly. And personally, like, we all know AOS is more or less, especially since they introduced like the big win streaks, always kind of been like this. You can just grind points. But we were saying before, like, I don't think that's a good thing. It keeps people engaged, sure, but it keeps people engaged because they know they can climb by just farming, not because the content is actually good and keeps them engaged. So the problem that I have with this is that PA prioritizes quantity over quality. And yeah, I'm not gonna feed into it. Like, I'm just gonna take AOS as a meme this season. It's not like I have anything to gain from it. I wanted the drip last season. I got my drip. This season I'm just fucking around. Next season I'm probably gonna practice with the new class that you already plan on picking up, no matter how completely broken or completely bullshit it is.
Sounds fair, to be honest. Okay, let's move on to the next section. If we would need to define a current meta for AOS, which one would be? And I'm gonna start with Buffering, which was the first token, so we keep that order. Buffering, if you have to define the most meta in AOS, what are you thinking about?
Most meta in terms of what, like classes that I've seen the most, or
yeah, maybe you can see and frame the picture for EU situation.
Oh, it's been a hellscape of Kunos and ninjas in both teams, but not so much of it the last few days. But last week it was completely hell. Like in both comps had either one Kuno or one ninja or both, and I think I did like a meme. In 10 matches, I had 9 with 2 Kunos on each team, something like that. It was kind of crazy. So yeah, I can tell you, like last week, this week, I haven't really noticed much of a change. But yeah, it's been Kunos, like basically anything with stealth and has fast engage, like assassins, like ninjas. Suck Ninja has been propping up quite a bit. Awakening dropped off a bit, but they're still pretty strong.
Does anybody want to add any other class onto this pool that we've heard, like Ninja Kuno?
Lahn, Striker, Mystic.
Awakening Lahn, Awakening Striker, Awakening Mystic.
all I see every game on both sides is Kuno, Lahn, Striker, Mystic. Every match, every time.
How about, do you guys want to have a look at a mid ladder as well? Because I can tell you about it.
Oh, Jesus.
Mid-low ladder.
Yeah,
go on first. I'll
I was going to say, there has to be a good spectrum of classes over there, no? Or is everyone just abusing some specific classes?
So mid-ladder is either people who are performing really well on like completely unperformable classes, or you get a lot of SA trading classes, right?
Okay.
It's not as much Ninja Kuno and such, especially now the meta has actually stabilized out a tiny bit more. It's more like how much damage and how consistent can your class trade, right? So we're talking about this is the territory where we talk about some of the easy classes like Dosa. We're talking about Awagus, right? We're talking about the classes that you expect to just survive constantly and just be consistently there, being a complete annoyance, right? Those classes are right now is what's capsizing the mid ladder, because if your teammates can't deal with it, or if your teammates aren't surviving, then you lose. That's mid ladder, right? And at high end, people can deal with that. That's completely fine because your teammates are actually humans, right? Your teammates actually know how to play the game. But in mid ladder, in a time where everything is chaos, and in a time where you might just not get good teammates at all, Dosa and Maegu and other performative classes that's complete essay will dominate, along with the certain, as you said, very off meta pick like Draconius, right? I mean, to be honest, there is a good handful of Archer in there as well. The ones that are on top performing, they are relatively in mid ladder as well, terrorizing the ladder. So generally, that is a thing on mid ladder, I do believe.
I agree. I feel like we are in a very specific meta where burst matters a lot. Obviously, teams matter because of the amount of grabs and all that. The amount of mobility that they've been tweaking around with all this balancing in a lot of classes is actually like quite noticeable now. And yeah, I feel like the grab situation that we have got ourselves into, like buffing Kunoichi on top of their performance and making a 360, I don't know, 3 meters long range grab is a little bit obnoxious. But yeah, it's here's the thing. Overall, with the changes that we've seen in classes, I would say that the only class that I haven't seen in this season, it would happen to be a Shy. I think I've seen it all in this season. Have you guys encountered Shies? Have you guys encountered a lot of different classes? Because I feel like overall,
I had one,
good,
and I was popping off.
Yeah,
I had one, and I was popping off.
Okay, let's go. There's some gamers in the Shies.
I had like 5 or 6 so far.
Okay.
I've got 3 in first week. 2 of them just didn't even do shit. They didn't even give buff. No buff.
Oh no. Oh no.
Like they'd instantly die. Some of them was just kiting in the match. That's all. Yeah. And there was another one that he gave buff and he won that.
I do want to say that Shy is extremely comp dependent, and especially like talking about me and Adex right now, we're both playing range classes, right? And Shy benefits range classes quite a bit because range classes can cover a lot of area with damage, right? However, especially looking at the meta right now, Shy would not have a place at all.
Yeah,
unless you queue like into Archer, you queue with a wizard, you queue into some off meta range classes every single match, right? If you just queue in with like a striker or like a Musa, it's over. They're just gonna kite you to oblivion, right? The other team is just gonna kite. Oh, you're buffed down. Okay, go back in. Kill the Shy first because you have no protection, right? Kite because your Shy's teammate is in range. They can peel a damage peel for them. Kite. Kill the Shy. Kill everyone else.
Yeah.
It's over, right? And that will be every single match if the comp is not correct and it's a very specific comp that Shy needs to go into, and therefore Shy cannot perform.
But I the same way I agree. Maybe Shy probably is not the class suited for this type of content. We could agree, but what about the rest of the support classes? Because I feel like Succession Valkyrie has seen a lot of upgrades for the class in itself, and I feel like the support role nowadays is very, very noticeable, especially at the top end. Like if you're a good player, I feel like I can talk for myself for having Buffy on the tournament of EU versus NA Thingy. Like I don't know, it's just okay. It's just too good. Like the tools given to these utility classes is actually something that we were complaining on previous podcasts that we were missing. Like the real identity of the actual support and the people that know how to do it is actually quite refreshing to see it working, right? Like, damn, support actually matters. Like if you happen to have this composition, you just have to notice how they like to play, how you like to play, and you coordinate, right? And it's so pleasant to see it working. The amount of times that both in practice and in tournament day, Valkyrie has saved my ass is completely insane. So I am glad to see that the support role, despite of maybe not shy some other classes, I don't know. I've seen this is the first season that I've also seen like Guardians with the slows. I've seen Novas. Even I've seen a couple of Awakening Novas. All these, utilities and different roles are popping every now and then, and I'm happy that there's players to actually manage to pull it off. So
don't forget Awakening Witch.
Awakening Witch too, yeah. It's a nuclear bomb, whatever she's sitting, for sure.
Yeah. But can I just oppose this point for a moment?
Sure.
Well, I mean, first of all, Awakening Witch is not like she's supporting by reducing your enemy's HP down to 0. That's how she's supporting. Right?
It happens.
She can say just whatever the fuck and PA people on the floor and then heal. What do you mean?
Yeah, of course that's the support part. But the thing is, the main problem, the main reason why Witch is powerful right now is just because she can TP stun instantly and just like 100 to 0 someone instantly, right? Let's just be clear. That's why she's meta right now.
The debuff helps, and the minus AP also helps. But
True.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Like she has the utility on top of all of that, right? Otherwise, she would just be Archer with a reskin.
I want to say
and slower,
the main
though.
point. The main point I want to counter argument the support classes right now is that currently in this meta there's classes, there's comps that can just like at mid to high ladder. Like mid high ladder in that area, I think support classes shines the best because people while they like somewhat know what they're doing, they aren't as coordinated as who's on the very extremely high level, and the support classes can take advantage of that and just basically, like for example, Valk, right? You can have second chances, third chances, fourth chances, PA, heal, all that kind of stuff. You basically have extra life. It's amazing, but the moment you get into the highest tiers, Valk just become a complete victim and just get grabbed all the time.
I'm sorry, that's not my experience.
I don't think so. Like I have got with Buffray this season in AOS like 3 times, and it happens that in my team against him I've also been, but on my team, because of the synergy that we've grown, I don't think we've lost a single game together. And
No,
like I will give the turn to Buffray because I think he has to talk and counter argument on how good he can do with his class and how he feels in these high peak, high ceiling levels. How do you feel, Buffy?
I used to feel like that quite like a couple of years ago when I was learning the ropes and improving. But right now, I don't struggle to survive at all unless I'm getting collapsed permanently. I've grown quite like my game plan is always to read and counter grabs. Like that's what I specialize in. I won the tournament by reading and countering grabs, and reading other classes grabs. I've become so like aware of it that I'm no longer a victim class. But that I think that just happens. Like if an average player picks up Succession Valk and doesn't know when to evade or what to do, they probably do become like victims. But that has not been my experience over the last year.
The experience I'm talking about, by the way, is like we're talking like top 20 level, right? Where people like will just grab
where we have a Valk, by the way.
Right, we're also like not only you know the fact that you need to evade grabs and stuff, your opponent also knows like extremely well in the game.
I've been dancing around top 20 people.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, but you're just wrong. I'm sorry, Haley.
No. It
might be just a me issue.
Opinion I'm having, right? Because I haven't seen like a lot of like don't get me wrong. I think Valk is extremely strong class, giving able to give people what's it called heals, giving them second chances, and essentially also able to one combo like squish your classes, right? On top of all of that, all the kit that you can give people extra lives. I think Valk is a completely like extremely broken class even, right? But I fail to see Valk able to hit top 10 in Solare just due to the fact that there's classes that can overpower. That's just my opinion, right? It
On
can
top 10.
It won't be a hot take, but that's just
Top
my opinion.
10. I don't know.
Top
I haven't
10.
grinded that much, but I've been
I
climbing
think it's
pretty
doable.
easily. Yeah.
It could be. It could happen. I could see it.
Yeah. Once again, hot take. It's just still dominoes or that, but like
I think maybe Awakening has a tougher time, but Succession though.
Isn't Corgi still ranked 2 with Suckvalk on NA? I mean, it's just objectively wrong. I'm sorry.
Yep.
No,
I think
I mean,
I actually I think also I would say that it's the other way around. Whenever you find a good bulk on peak level of EU, at least, you have like Jason, you have like Taptor, you have like Buffroy, you have, how I said Jason, because military is not queuing this season, or
No,
at least I
just
haven't
those
found him.
three. We're fighting for top 1.
Whenever you
Taptor,
have those,
Jason, myself. Yep.
you just have that warm feeling in your heart that if maybe your Vicky's in the ground and you're gonna get SA heal and you're gonna wake up and it's the best feeling of your life, honestly.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I completely get that. Like a good suck Valk or like a good Valk in general is just gonna make your life easier. It's gonna make your life so much better, right? Like my hot take is just I don't think it's gonna get to a point where it's gonna be on the top, right?
We'll see. Because maybe
once again, we'll see. It's just my hot take for the day. Maybe more, but it is.
No, but with all the changes that we've seen with other classes, we will see how the meta now stabilizes. Because with all the changes and all the balancing, maybe people start making popular other classes, or they've been trying every here and there some other changes that maybe maybe Succession Dracania becomes, I don't know, a very popular class out of nowhere, which I don't think so, but we can discuss about it because we're gonna be moving onto another section now that we are gathering all the good yappers in here. I want to move. I don't know if Gwendia you have it prepared on your screen, but we could be moving on to doing a quick tier list with all the people in here. And we could be going class by class and spend a little bit of time if they've seen some tweaks, how they feel in the current meta, and where we would be placing them. Depending on, obviously, we can also check with some other information how the class is doing, and we can try to argue and give them a proper rate. So for the viewers, we are going to be classifying the classes in S+, which is probably the best classes in the current meta. A God tier, okay. Then we will place them in S, which is extremely strong. They are very popular and very good and strong classes to be on. A, like competitive, if the person that has it has a good tool to make it work. B, on balanced or very situational, that could be a niche class. C, which would require, I don't know, godlike levels of APM to actually make that class viable somehow, and D, that would need to either get some attention buff-wise or, I don't know, rethink a little bit the identity of that class. So let me check if you have it. We're ready to go? Okay.
Quick question.
Almost.
This patch or next week's patch?
It's with, let's count that whatever we've got on Global Labs, it's what it's going to go through, okay? Because we will talk about it. I would like to expect that they are also there's some tier over there missing. Quentin, maybe there's A, B, C, D. There would be one more, but maybe we can just
D. Are we going to talk about D tier classes? Let them die.
Okay, maybe not. That's fine. That's fine. Okay.
Make D tier so you can put Shy there alone.
Yeah, I think it's the Shy tier. Honestly, like probably is the only class that can sit over there.
We just ignore Shy.
Okay, I'm gonna go class by class, and feel free to jump in. Okay, so if you have anything to say about the class,
I'll just tell it to people. This is the class we will talk about, and you guys will just talk about it. Okay. Let me just open this from the release of the classes. I'm gonna start from Warrior.
Okay.
Right? So that's better.
Are we talking Awakening or Succession first?
Both, like Awakening or Succession. People can tell.
Okay. Whenever we think in EU on Warrior, we just think of Hakai, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Kisito has also been queuing, right, on Succession. How are they doing? Can we check on
He's not doing
Warrior.
great. Kisito's not doing great.
Kisito is not doing great. Okay. Let me check. Because Hakai is a very popular warrior player and the man frags. Like, he has clutching potential for sure, for sure.
I think he's been running full blast as well, given the recent changes. So
Yeah.
It's kind of just him having a lot of game knowledge on waiting. I think it's like a B tier at best.
I would say so too. I would say it's like a situational class, right? It has a niche situation. It has a very clear weakness, which is like the oppressive grab situation with other top tier classes. And maybe they can do, but it's like got like levels of like performance, right? To actually...
If you actually look at Hakai and how he plays, he has to wait a lot. Like, he has to wait for timings. He basically waits in Q block on like animations. Like, the class itself isn't crazy. Like, other classes in that time frame would throw like 10 CCs at you.
No, I agree. What would we say? Is Awakening Warrior better than Succession? I would say the highest skill ceiling is on Awakening rather than Succession, right?
I think Awakening Warrior is better just due to the fact that 50% deals damage.
And it has a bound into KD combo, at least. That's fully protected.
It's just due to the fact that it deals damage. It's like it's a nuke that you don't expect that comes from Warrior.
Yeah. I've seen an Awakening Warrior one-tap me with that. Yeah, I didn't expect it and fully disrespect his damage and didn't beat. But that just happens to be me. So we place both Warriors on B and let the Awakening be ahead of the Succession, right? Okay. All right. So Warrior, we both will be placed on B. When he's fixing the...
I'm trying to fix it, yeah. It's just annoying.
Yeah. Oh, good.
So Warrior is B, okay? Both.
Warrior is B, both. Maybe you can also move the Discord camera so that we don't cover the tier list.
Oh, no. I'm going to try to just find proper locations for these.
Okay, okay.
Discord is going here. Better.
Okay. Nice.
Okay, yeah, Warrior is like the line isn't that much. Like people also care about that. The lower tiers, hey, but Awakening Warrior can be good. Like, yes, it can be good. They're all B, okay? It's not important we put here number 1, number 2, line 2, line 3. On S plus and S, we can care about which one is top or which one is the first one, strongest one. But lower tiers, mid tiers, it depends players, it depends matchups, okay? Just don't care.
Sure, sure, sure.
The second class is Sork, Awaken and Succession.
Okay, that's a very interesting class. Because how many Sorks we've seen, guys? I think a bunch of them.
Yeah, and they all
I would place
just
Stalking S and Awakening Stalking A.
Suck S, Awakening Sork A. I agree that.
Yeah,
and
I think
Succession on S?
higher. Yeah.
Succession on S?
Lower
I feel
S,
like overall...
I haven't seen any Awakening.
I think I would
it would only be Luke.
Awakening.
Yes.
Over
like Luke. Let's be clear. Luke is performing extremely well right now, but Luke is also someone who no lives the fucking game on Awakening Sork.
He hasn't been playing that much lately.
Yeah, I haven't seen him.
I know him, and I have talked to him because I haven't seen him quite lately. And I would say though, Awakening has very clear strengths, and classes like, for example, Awakening Sage, we will struggle to that class because of Nightmare, pretty much. But the damage is not comparable to Succession. I feel like in a meta where everyone is just SA and you actually need to intelligently do trades and pop damage, Succession just wins overall a lot more value over Awakening, I would say. I feel like we all agree to this.
Yeah, Awakening in A, I think Succession is in S, just due to the fact that more damage as well as it's still Sork.
Yeah, no. We can just change the order of S later, okay? I would say Succession Sork is lower S end part.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. I think everyone here said it's anonymous, and we can move on to the next.
Ranger, Awaken and Suck.
Oh fuck! I'm cracking.
Okay, maybe Succession could be placed on Shy tier.
Wait.
But Awakening
it's better than Shy.
Okay.
It's better than Shia. Nobody can deny that. Even Hayes cannot deny that. I put it C tier, okay? Suck Ranger C tier.
No, put that D, put that D. I want to tell you why.
No, I'm gonna put Succession Ranger on my D tier, my own D tier. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh no. I'll tell you why Awakening is in S and Succession is in D, and why it's low accurate. Why Awakening Ranger is better due to the fact that it actually broke the fucking range. Anyways, okay. So, Awakening Ranger. Are we aware of all the buffs she's gotten?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
actually insane how she can move with 50 stamina dashes. Like, I'm so envious and I'm so
it's
jealous.
not only that.
As
It's not
being
only
Awakening
that.
Sage.
I want to tell you, it's not only that. One of her cores basically turned into a normal ability. One of the cores, which is SA, turned into a normal ability. They just lose the knockback on it, right?
Yeah,
so that
it's
means
a KD,
it's
no?
actually more protected. And if you really want to, she can just not take damage. One of the best examples of this is Vamps. Vamps, one of the top performing, what's it called, Awakening Rangers in both EU and NA, constantly put himself at low stamina or low health because he just can. Because if you look at his gameplay, he doesn't care. The fucking class can just, I just gonna stay protected for the rest of my life. You know, I'm just gonna stay into iframe. Doesn't fucking matter, right? The weakness on Awakening Ranger, this is why it's not in S+, right? The weakness of Awakening Ranger is because she will get kited. Her movement is still not as good as some of the more oppressive classes that's coming on. And she is still, like, she is buffed to a point where it's like, okay, it's pretty fucking good. But it's not so oppressive that you think, like when you look at the class, like, oh shit, what the fuck, right? I think but obviously if you meet a really good Awakening Ranger, like they will fuck your life up. I'm sorry.
I feel like Awakening Ranger would be like a better Awakening Sorc, and that's a crazy statement to say because they have a grab and they have sort of same levels of protected CCs and iframes and damage and everything.
I wouldn't go I would even go as far as to say, to follow up on your claim, Hugo, I would go as far to say that Awakening Ranger is Sorc with a grab. I would go as far because the mobility wise, they are nearly identical in how far they can move in a certain amount of time, right? And they have a grab, they have better combo damage, right? The only problem, once again, the only two problems, actually, I just list another one, is just like Sorc, they can get kited, right? Like a really prominent one is the Maegu matchup. Maegu versus Awakening Ranger is terrible for Awakening Ranger. And the other one is that they can't exactly they can get easily peeled given that the top players knows what they're doing, because one of the main damage is actually frontal guards for Awakening Ranger, right?
Okay.
So that is why it's in S and not in S+, because, you know, given the fact that she can just disengage the fight completely and just like, all right, time to just not take damage for a bit and just go in for a grab and shit, right? Which is the current meta. You know, really good, but it's not that. Anyways. Let's go to our Lord and Savior, Suck Ranger, yeah?
Berserker? It's a Berserker time.
What the fuck?
What is Berserker?
We skipped that one. Nah, the poor class.
There's only one Suck Ranger player. I'm sorry, Hazy, and it's you. In AOS.
But here's the thing. Okay, I'll quickly tell you why it's actually not even shy here. Because it's unbuffable. The class is completely unbuffable. It can't get reworked either because how prominent it is in Siege and large scale. It cannot be buffed at all because it will affect Siege. It cannot be changed at all because it will affect Siege. It is made to be a large-scale class, and it cannot be changed in any single way. The only reason it was prominent in the previous seasons because it was not as protected, so we can still snipe out some kills via CC. But these days, fully SA, and they took away Fury Arrow, which was our only multi-hit CC skill, which, okay, fair enough, but, like, it's terrible. And also the new maps, they're completely flat. I can't use it.
No. Okay, Berserker. When we think on Awakening Berserker, I just happen to think of Healthy, right? Healthy has to be.
No, that's one person. I'd put it in B as well.
I would say
Awakening is also B, isn't it?
niche use.
Yeah, I'd say B.
Top
Complete
P,
victim.
maybe.
I want to say A.
It's complete victim. Holy.
If we talk about Guild League, it would be an S class. But if
Yeah.
I mean,
we're
of course.
talking on
If this is AOS
ALS,
specific, without carpet builds being a thing, where like Succession, Awakening Zerk
it
with
has to
carpet
be
builds
V,
can be
right?
the best
It has
CC
to
bot
be
in the
V.
game.
I want to like the reason why I want to put it in A is I want to ask ourselves this is the pressure on at a high level from Awakening Sork compared to Awakening Zerker, which one will output more pressure?
Sork,
Depends
just
on the
because
class.
of
It's
blades.
not even close.
Yeah.
The
Like,
pet
at
CC
high-
from blades is too strong. The double
At
CC
high
from it.
level, you have to understand that a Sork throwing out blades and sitting in Nightmare is going to be way more. Like she can put a lot more pressure out while being very hard to punish herself compared to a Zerk that is going to get ran down into oblivion.
Yeah, like the question is basically how strong is basically grab over the Awakening Sork Nightmare. That's
But
my
for
point.
an Awakening Circuit to get in range for grabbing is also like a risky play for them, right?
Super
Yeah, right.
telegraphed too.
Oh,
so-
absolutely. No, don't get me wrong. Completely, absolutely. Just how strong is the having 3 grabs?
No, like
Hmm.
it's
I mean,
the same
it's
thing like
strong
with
if you could use them,
Awakening
but they
Warrior.
really don't.
The
Hmm.
way they do anything is they just wait. They're just patient. If they try to play proactively like other classes that are good, they just die instantly.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna stand too hard on A here. I can fully agree on A. B. It's just due to the fact I'm less experienced on the higher metas, so I think they Mata and what's it called Valkyrie definitely have bigger bigger
Yeah.
credit here. So I agree with you.
And for Succession, it just happens to be like a DC bot walking around, and if it lands the grabs, then he finds his value. But if he doesn't land the grabs, then there's nothing much he can pull out, right? So I would say, yeah, right now I'm comfortable seeing both Circers being on B. I think we all agree, right?
Agree.
Tamer.
Oh,
I'm putting Awaken
Oof.
Tamer S directly. I'm not sure about S plus directly S, but let's discuss about that.
Okay. Let's talk about that. Is Awakening Tamer with the upcoming changes to all the classes an S plus material class?
I would say
no,
Suck is
I
higher.
wouldn't say so. No. Like
No.
Still
Or is
unprotected
Tamer-
combo. Like that just makes the class vulnerable.
No,
situationally.
Awakening Tamer is very like her combos are very FG. Peeling from an Awakening Tamer is very easy.
Exactly. Yep. I would say
that's why I'm
high
saying
A.
S, not S plus. Tamer.
Okay.
It would be
Well, what about
low
Succession? I
S,
never encounter.
Low S, high A for me.
Yeah, Suck. I would put Suck over Awakening Tamer actually, just because of the pet CC. Kind of does the same shit. Plus pet CC that is like always active.
Honestly, they're both about the same level, kind of same shit, different toilet. But it's like low S, high A, because like the class is extremely good tools for like especially a 3v3 format, like a very small scale format. But just the sheer amount of players that are actually willing to commit to that level of like competitive gameplay, as well as how easy it is to peel from the class.
Yeah.
Like if you leave it unchecked and if you have like some victim specs on your side, like on the opposite side, the Tamer, that class can wreak havoc. Otherwise, Tamer does have a rough time as well.
Yeah.
Despite the
Okay.
fact that AOS is basically your playground.
The other thing that makes it like super good is like there's not a lot of risk involved in like trying to go for grabs on node classes. Like the super armor comes super quick. As long as you don't grab into multi CC or like at the right timing of a multi CC, you're gonna get the grab. So they're both very strong just because of
Let me add
how they
another
play.
thing to this. Tamer is probably the first class that we talked about that is way more heavily dependent on, like, for example, ping and FPS compared to other classes.
So is low S and Succession
when we
is
get
top A?
When we get to
Also.
Suckvalk.
Suckwalk?
Yeah,
It's
when we get
S.
to Suckvalk, I'll
Why is
talk
it
Which
about
one
that.
is the
dependent on
next
ping?
class?
What?
Next class?
Which one is the next class? Yeah.
Musa.
Oh no.
Ooh. Awakening
Oh,
has to be B. Awakening is B. Awakening has
Because
to
only
be
have
B.
one protected CC. Where is it?
The stamina changes, the fact that you can get run down.
Succession A maybe?
Succession though, low A. I would say Succession damage is very scary. But it's the only thing that they have. So it has to be A.
Okay.
Succession, it's A for me.
I would agree on A.
There's not much debate on this, right? Like the class strength is very
because I'm
very
having hard
straightforward.
times with Succession, Musa, than Awakening.
Yeah, for sure. And I'd say it's fair, right? You only have damage with some burst mobility, right? It's I would say a very good example of class identity being balanced, right?
Yeah.
In a way.
It's a very telegraphic class.
It's very oppressive against range classes too.
Exactly. That also too. Okay, Maehwa. Awakening Maehwa with the recent changes though.
Mid-tier maybe?
Oh no.
Lots of iframes.
Awakening Maehwa has to okay, maybe it's a hot take, but do we agree Awakening Maehwa on a good hand is an S material class now?
I never
agree. You can agree with almost every class like that, but
I have not seen a single Awakening Maehwa who was happy about the changes, and the class was already. I don't need to. I don't think I need to say what it was, but I have not seen a single Awakening Maehwa who was happy about the changes, despite 2 iframes being added to the class. They took out so much value from the class that it's fucking insane. They managed to add 2 iframes, and the patch still ended up being a net nerf to the class.
I don't know. Like I don't know who just talked about
being bad.
Corsair was saying that it was like Awakening changes are good. He's the main Maehwa. He played Maehwa for long and long. He never quit the class.
I've seen Corsair do very well. Yeah.
The thing is, he's still on Suck, so I would definitely put Suck Maehwa higher, and I actually would put it over Musa as well. I think it is more consistent.
Okay, let's say mid-tier then, huh? On good ends, maybe can push the limits of S, but overall A. That's what we can say.
Yeah,
I would
just
actually
don't know
put
where
Succession Maehwa above a Succession Musa, just given the fact that Stub Arrow is way more oppressive on the Maehwa than Musa.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would top Awakening Maehwa.
Other class? You ready, Valkyrie? Your class.
Oh, let's go. Buffy, your time. Valkyrie, where do you place... Okay, be objective. Like, don't be biased. Where do you place Awakening and Succession?
Okay, I think Succession has a lot of potential, but it kind of gatekeeps itself. It has a potential to be like high A, maybe S, but people really need to put in the effort, and it's super clunky. But both Volks are like high A, and depending on the player, they can even be S or S plus. So,
from my perspective, I can say I'm an old Valkyrie player right now. Awakening's damage, besides ultimate in AOS, they're just tickling still. I never encountered that Valkyries are dealing. Wow, that damage is huge. I can stand against it, but in AOS, the part of the Succession Valkyries support, I can definitely feel it. It is so hard to fight against proper Succession Valkyrie. Like really, really hard, because it makes the team is just like double life. You have to kill them twice. You have to catch them triple time, maybe. That's why I feel like I'm watching Wolfroy's, I'm watching some other Valkyries. In my mind, low S is perfectly fine for Succession Valkyrie. I don't know what you guys think.
You need to keep in mind that they also don't run damage though. So their kit doesn't do a lot of damage, and they're never gonna run damage. So it's like double bad in that regard. But yeah, like I don't know. I would put them in S.
Yeah, look, like here is Awakening. What PA said, Awakening Valkyrie is a damage dealer, is a damage bruiser. They just, identified class like that. But I can feel it. Where is it?
I have to lose the super armor heal for that to make sense though.
Yeah.
Like as long as they have the super armor heal, they can't be better than they are right now, because they are already like a top tier class if you have a team. The only issue that it's holding it back from climbing all the way to the top sometimes is you need a team, right? You are dependent on having 2 people that know how to play around you.
Definitely.
So
I
say
again. I want to add on to the Suck being better, because Suck Succession Valkyrie, if I recall, is one of the biggest stat block in the game. Right.
Well,
Suck can't take damage anymore.
From
the moment it got the minus DR immunity, it is immortal.
Check in the game, they have extremely big stats compared to other classes.
I don't know if you see me play, but I only really go fully aggressive if I have my add-on, my Q buff, my Q block, DR buff, and my shift Q. Other than that, if I don't have that, I play kind of more reactive. And if I have that, I carpet 3 people, and sometimes I don't even have to V. She's extremely tanky.
Yeah.
Minus the immune, 2 of those stats is just too good.
Yeah, but the fact that there's only like a couple of players that pick her up, and people awareness of the class will increase. She might drop a bit, but I don't know. There's only like Corgi, myself, and Falky that are really playing it at like the higher ranks. So I don't know if that puts it like in the S tier, but
so I'm gonna do this: lower A for Awakening, top A for Succession. Is it okay for you, Vaproy?
Yes. I think Awakening is like easier to play around with though, because it has the vacuum.
The vacuum.
So like by default, it's stronger.
I can easily say that Awakening Valkyrie is not a class that go in and make difference. You can't.
No,
Just
you cannot take control of the game. Succession can
You
play
can do
reactive,
nothing.
can play proactive, can play any type. I can take over games. I can do anything that I would like. Awakening does not have that benefit.
Okay. We also welcome Theraden, which just joined
here?
the call. Let's make a quick check if he is hearing us, if we can hear him.
Hello. Good morning.
Hello, Theraden. Good morning from NA.
Good morning.
How are you doing,
Sorry,
man?
I'm
Thank
late,
you
guys.
for
It's early
attending.
for us here, so
I bet
Welcome.
it is. I bet it is. You just joined in the best hot takes part, which is we're trying to accomplish a very, let's say, accurate tier list for how Arena of Solare season, like trying to picture how the meta is looking like after all these balancing. We've already talked about Warrior, and we can ask you if you would agree that in the good hands, Awakening Warrior and Succession Warrior would be placed in a B tier, as understanding B as a niche pick that with a lot of effort can play decently well.
yeah, I would agree with that. I think Warrior right now is in a place where it takes, with a tremendous amount of effort, a lot of experience, you can perform pretty well. But even on the NA side, if we look at our top 100, we have 2 Warriors in top 100. And as much as we hear all the Berserkers complaining about how nerfed Berserker is, though our Warriors, the 2 that are in the top 100, are outliers. We have Avagnar and Bubble Buddy, and by all means, they are outliers. They're very, very good players.
Yeah.
Even those 2, they're highly rated, higher rated than the current Berserkers. There's still more Berserkers in the top 100.
Okay. So we did our jobs right, guys. We guessed it right, I guess. We were talking about Valkyrie. I think we're kind of done with the position of the Valkyrie, right? We can move maybe to the next class, and we can
Wizard. I'm putting S plus directly.
This is gonna be polarizing. And
let's talk about Awakening first.
Okay.
Let's Awakening first.
Okay. Hear me out. I have a take on Wizard situation. It happens that not many people can do the job that Mages is doing, and yes, I know it's Succession. I'm not talking about Awakening, because Awakening, I think I've only seen Horsey trying to do, at least in EU. I don't know if in NA there's some gamer on Awakening Wizard.
There's also Blacko.
Oh, there's also
I've seen a couple. Pretty decent ones. They're it's kind of interesting with Wizard right now. Matches that I've played with Wizards, we'll see ranged teleport grabs, which are really fun to me.
Yeah.
They'll line up they'll line up both their TPs from across the map, and they'll teleport to grab a melee class. It works really well. It's pretty funny.
Oh, we have Baz as well, by the way. We have 2
also Baz.
that are like
Black Baz, and then there's Horsey on Awakening.
Horsey hasn't played almost, I think.
I've seen him. I've had him a couple of games on Awakening Wizard.
Yeah, but it was like 1 day, I think.
Yeah, it was only for 1 day, but still.
You still you have Babs?
Oh no! They are incredibly like Succession. One of the, if I'm not wrong, top 5, top 10. There's like one guy called Mages, which is a gamer, absolute gamer, doing super well. He has his account and alt account like both placed on top 10 in EU.
I thought you were talking about a player named Babs, because I was like, we have one.
Oh
that
no.
here on NA.
No,
I
no,
wonder
no.
if
It's
the same
a
guy.
player name. No. But hear me out. The same way we talked about Ranger and using Hayes' argument, in which he said, if they buffed in a way Succession Ranger, it would completely make the class absurd for other contents in the game. I feel like, okay, I don't know if everyone will agree to this, but no large scale class or kits oriented to be successful on large scale should be that opulent for minor scale.
Agree.
I agree as well.
Yeah.
I feel like it's just anti-natural in a way.
I'll
It doesn't
also
sit
add on
right
to
to
that.
me.
I'll add on to this, and this will cover also Archer later. That the classes that are large scale right now, that are supposed to be for large scale, why they are like certain classes, why they are in completely broken tier, in small scale like AOS currently, is due to the fact that they, for large scale, unlike Succession Ranger, they have an extremely loaded kit. Right. For example, wizards have PA, heals, all that kind of stuff. Archers have invis, long range, and certain other niche abilities. But then you also add damage. You also add protection on top of that. Right. That's something that's, for example, Succession Ranger doesn't get, and that's what pushes them towards this completely broken tier.
Yeah. I don't know. For me, it doesn't sit
I don't
right.
think it should matter. I don't think Node War should impact AOS balancing. This balance patch is all about AOS. I don't think it should impact it at all.
Okay.
Okay,
I
I agree with that.
I find PA's balancing methodology very interesting, because a lot of times they do it to the detriment of every other type of game mode. You know, if they balance around Node Wars, it's to the detriment of, you know, small scale and medium scale and even 1v1. If they and obviously they don't balance anything around 1v1. That makes sense, right? Balancing around AOS is very interesting, because AOS does not translate well to the actual game with real with real gear. You know, sometimes what might be a balanced character in AOS might be very underpowered in the actual game. So I'll use Sorceress as a good example of this. Sorceress is very highly mobile in AOS, does a lot of damage in AOS. You put them in the real world, even with gear, they're kind of weak when their damage output.
They're not. What?
I wouldn't agree to that one.
They're very strong in Node War in the EU, man.
Yes. No, in Node Wars.
That
I'm
is an
talking about
NA take.
in open world. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
I also want to say they are also strong in guild leagues.
Are we talking Succession or Awakening Circle though? Because there's a very wide rift.
Succession has to be.
Awakening is good in Node War as well.
Awakening is
No, I'm
good,
talking about-
but Succession goes bananas in EU at least.
Yeah, Succession's good. I'm talking about Awakening Sorc. If you have a player in top end gear and you're fighting a Sorc in top end gear, their damage output is not where it should be. I'm just being honest. Like I'm not a big fan of buffing Sorc, you know, but I'm just saying their damage output for Awakening Sorc is much lower than it should be. It's not comparable to where it would be in the
if you
balanced
compare
game
it to
modes.
other catch and kill classes, it is quite alright. It kills in like her re-KD basically almost all the time. I don't think that's right. People just want it to be Suxorg, and it's just not.
No, I mean,
no. I don't. I think Suck Sorc is doing fine. In terms of just again my own personal experiences fighting other Sorcs, I just find them to do lackluster damage in terms of where they should be at, because they should be very very similar to most assassin classes.
You are a warrior, and there are squishier classes out there.
Yeah, that's true. It's not about my damage to them though. It's their damage to me. Like if I fight a Musa and I'm on the ground,
just warriors stat block, especially with the DP buff that you have innate compared to other squishier classes, is I think it's
that's a fair
you
observation.
need more angles
Like
on this,
your experience fighting them versus my experience fighting them that's a fair observation. I'm going to build differently. I'm just saying compared to how I would, like if I fight a Musa and I get grounded in equal gear, that Musa is going to mush me. And it's going to be the same way with a Maehwa. It's going to be the same way with a lot of classes. But I feel like Sorc, specifically Awakening Sorc, not Succession, because the Succession Sorc, they've got some nasty down smashes. But Awakened Sorc is a little lackluster as to where they should be.
I think
that almost sounds like a skill issue. I have not had I have not had an Awakening Sorc ever not one combo me on EU. They can down smash reset combo me as well.
It just happens that Succession is way
I
too
honestly
good
think
right
that's
now,
just
right?
yeah, that's just a difference in players on EU and NA, I think.
So I want to just say something about overall, like
Okay.
AOS is a
How
small
you
scale.
feeling now?
AOS is a small scale. I want to talk about Succession Wizard, and I also have huge
Okay.
respect to the top tier Wizard players. But like Higa said, AOS is a small scale, and I'm just as a skirmisher, my role is to catch range classes mostly, isn't it? Go behind, catch them. Like as a skirmisher class, if I cannot catch a Succession Wizard, if that class like non-stop being able to kite me, can't grab it, double teleport every 3 seconds, dash, protected dashes around, protected skills that they use, that's jump and like I'm not just saying that, I'm not trying to create hate. It shouldn't be allowed because that class already dominating large scale. Same with Archer, for example. We will also talk about that. They also fighting in melee while they're damaging you. But if you check Succession Ranger, they have damage. If you let them hit you, they're gonna melt you. But if you just not let them hit you, they can kite you for a little bit. If your teammates are dumb, you're gonna die eventually because you will eventually will out of stamina or resources or skill something because you have a kite mechanics, but it's not infinite. It should be same for other classes to other like archer, suck wizard, or suck witch, whatever you say. Like it should be limits. There should be limits.
This ties into their design philosophy. There's some things that I think that are, and this is going to affect the tier list at all, but this is just like a general statement. There's, I think, a couple mechanics in this game that are very bad for the game, and I'll name two of them outright, and you can agree or disagree. Pets should never CC. If they want to deal damage, fine. Pets should never CC since they automatically track the player. If you're moving in frontal guard, they'll knock you over while you're moving because they appear behind you and instantly CC. I don't think any pet in the game should have any capacity to CC. This includes Tamers. This includes wizards. This includes, obviously, wizard pets don't really CC, but this includes Novas, right? And the other one that I very, very think is bad for the game. Yeah, the other one that I think is very bad for the game is standing iframes. There should be no such thing as a standing iframe. And in the case of a wizard, I'm fine with them speeding up the animations for their teleport. Like if the initial teleport animation is faster and they teleport, fine. But no, there should be no such thing as a standing iframe. This means that things like Tamers and their standing iframes, things like Wukong and standing iframe, and the worst one, in my opinion, is Striker standing iframe and dealing damage is crazy. There's one of a Guardian standing iframes, and in the case of, they used to have this problem with Sage, and they've gotten better about it. Now Sage is mortal again. Back when they were immortal, they had standing iframes. They would TP, and the initial animation of the teleport was a standing iframe. That's gone now. Now it's super armor. And I think that is how it always should be. There should be no such thing as an iframe where the player is not moving.
I'm gonna use that input on the stage 1 second because I got told that Archive has to leave. So as always, Archive, thank you so much for being here. Is there anything you want to say before leaving so that these people don't put Sage on A tier?
Oh, it's gonna end
what
up in
can I say?
Sage is S, by the way. Nobody can deny that. Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fight my ass.
Just
Let's take Sage out of
ASS.
Armin's book. Yeah, no. Just look at the number of matches that every Awakening Sage who's up there is doing. It's just a matter of popularity and people being stubborn. Anyway.
Okay, man.
We might be the most stubborn player base in the last 5 years of video.
I don't know. I don't know. We got warriors out there, bro, still playing warriors.
Yeah, also
that's fair, but it's way more niche. You guys are stubborn as fuck, but it's way more niche.
Yeah, no, I agree though. I think Sage used to be very, very powerful. They were like, S tier across the board. Now Sage is still strong. Don't get me wrong, but it's strong in the right hands, and I think that they're very mortal, and then that's a good thing for the game. Mortality is what we need from players. We don't need any more immortal classes.
I agree, but they did introduce it in the wrong way, in the wrong ways. The class needed counters, but it doesn't need the helplessness. That's not the kind of
I think the main problem they did for you is kind of what they did for us, right? They nerfed your stamina so much where now they've made your movement mortal, and they've nerfed your stamina. So you've got the double.
Right.
You got the
you
double
got the
smack.
double whammy. Like,
Yeah, you got the double whammy. I trust me. I know how this feels because they did this to us last season when we were all frontal guard, and they took away our CC.
well,
Very good.
anyway, guys, I will watch
Yep.
the tier list later because I'm curious. I do want to
Okay.
add one thing before going to the all the funny mechanics that Zero was listing. He's probably going to list a few more, but just in case they're going to sneak through and not make it in. Movement CCs, iframe CCs, what else? Iframe that recovers stamina. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's my input.
Okay.
Remove all that shit from the game, please.
Right.
Yeah, iframe CCs are terrible. Completely agree. And there is something you touched on that I want to specify. You touched on moving CC. I don't think I have a problem with moving CCs. I think I have a problem with multi-tick moving CCs. I think that specifically is an issue.
Non-WF.
Yeah. If you have a moving CC and the last attack is a CC, fine, no problem, because that's a moving catch. I don't really see that as a huge problem. But multi-tick moving CCs like Maegu spinning around multiple times through you, that's egregious.
Spiral cannon, yippee!
Yeah, spiral, and they finally did something about spiral cannon. One of the most stacked abilities. If people don't realize how stacked spiral cannon was. If you don't know what spiral cannon is, it's a striker ability, right? So it is one of the most stacked abilities in all Black Desert Online. It is a fully super armor, multi-tick CC that penetrates through frontal guard and heals the player. It's crazy, and it has a 6 second
evasion
cooldown.
now. I think it gives evasion now as well.
And it gives evasion, yeah, self buff to evasion. It is an insanely powerful move, and they
Anyway,
only
guys.
now just got nerfed, and the nerf was like, okay, 50 less HP per tick.
I wish you
Something, I
guys a
forgot
good
what it was.
continuation of the podcast. I will be off.
See you,
and I'll see you
Hawk.
next time.
Thank you, okay. And I'm also
See
gonna use this gap to say goodbye to Maces because he also has to join Noteboard right now. So before you go, Maces, we're gonna do the same thing. Anything or any hints on where you want us to put Succession Dracania here?
B maybe?
Yeah, Succession, Dracania, C tier as of today. Next week it might creep up to B. So we'll have to see.
B.
There's a chance it might become a B class.
Okay.
We'll see. Yep.
Nice. I hope you enjoyed and that you have good lucks on your grabbing a good bag for the Noteboard Maces.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Always love yapping with you guys.
Yeah,
Take
same,
care.
same. Take care,
Bye.
man. Bye-bye.
Take
Bye.
care.
Let's go. Other
Alrighty.
class.
Nick,
All
we were
right.
talking
Anyways,
about
back to
Wizard.
it.
Okay, hold up. We were talking about Wizard. Do we sit
Yeah.
fine with having Awakening on A and Succession on S? I think Succession should be, as long as we as much as we complain about it being super bad, I want to jab a little bit more on Succession because we went all the way to Awakening.
I just put it in S.
I'd say it says, okay.
Top S, okay then.
I will put
Here's
it in
the
S
thing.
as well because it can also outtrade other
Right.
range classes with full SA.
Here's the
It
thing.
actually has a lot of like scenarios where it just loses into
Yeah.
good players.
Here's the thing, right? The class kites well, does absurd amount of damage, has the utilities,
Full
but at the
protected
same,
almost.
Yeah.
they have some gaps, but they hide it quite well.
Yeah.
For me, I just don't sit right with this type of classes doing this well. I would love to see all these ranged damage classes to be on Succession Ranger levels, but maybe that's just me
Agree.
hating on them so bad. Maybe that's just me
I-
hating on them so bad. Is it good for the game to have classes being like this?
I don't mind
No.
it if the TPs wouldn't bug out, right? Like,
Yeah,
for
the TP
example,
thing,
if
okay.
Mage's TPs turns the camera last second,
Yes.
he looks the other way and TPs the other way.
Yes.
It's so annoying.
Yes.
That is the only reason I hate that class.
Yes. Totally, totally.
I mean, you
And
essentially
maybe-
turn it into what's it called, mouse move DP, like just like back then, and we removed mouse move for a reason.
It just
Yeah,
has to
basically.
be okay. It has to be like something they did to Succession Hashashin, I feel like, in which his dashes should be. There has to be a way where we could see where he's going. There has to be a
Shouldn't they
visible.
just make it the
something.
iframe start later?
I think
it will
Sage
help.
is very similar in that way now.
By the way, I just want to say what made a Succession Wizard broken was the dash. By the way, the protected dash. That was the addition that made it broken AOS. Just make
How many
sure.
times can they dash? I see they
2
dashing,
times.
bam, 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 like full SA. How is it possible?
Yeah, that's full SA. That's the reason why it's broken. That's the one bug that they added. Everything else was making it still like okay, fine. You're like mid high ladder kind of deal. The protected dash was what pushed it over the edge. I just want to say that is the thing.
They have 2 that are slightly higher CD, and they have the side dash that used to be only PVI frame, fully unprotected. That is now double SA. That is a change, like you said, though, right? It is like together with the CDR reduction that they have for like if they just spam abilities, that together makes them always moving, always doing damage, always full SA frame. That is what.
That's why I'm
this
saying
OP.
this is S plus. Like you cannot have at the same time full protected kite mobilities while you kiting dash one skill. You're still melting people. You have 2 teleports every like 6-7 seconds. You can use one of them and just like they always be there. And your range abilities, people say they are front guarded. Fuck, brother! Like in range, you cannot be front guarded. From the render distance, you cannot hit me with front guarded. It's same like a archer. It's full of protection and damage, and it's kiting
that's the thing,
you.
though.
Yeah,
There
like
is
that's
more
why I'm saying S
bullshit in the
plus.
game. That's why I'm saying it's S, because there is stuff in the game that's even worse. It is more bullshit than whatever Wiz is.
Yep.
That's what I think, at least.
Totally agree. I agree.
So if we put a wizard S, archer needs to be S too. Brother archer.
We will go to
Archer
archer.
S+,
Is it
actually.
archer time? Is it archer time?
No, but let me check it. It's witch time.
Not quite.
It's
no,
witch.
no. There is a major difference between wizard and archer. That differentiates them both. But like we can put it later.
Yeah. We will talk about archer later. We go on to witch. Okay, I've seen a couple of. Okay, this is the first time I've actually seen a couple of Succession witches, in this AOS season, and to my surprise, they were kind of similar to Succession Wizard. What is the difference in between those classes, and why wouldn't we feel like willing to put Succession Witch on S? Maybe
because she doesn't have the cooldown reduction when she hits abilities, so she has a lot of more windows where you can just straight up grab her or trade her. That's why she's way worse.
And I think Succession Witch should actually be in A while Awakening is in S, because Awakening is way more unethical than the Succession.
Is Awakening S material? I don't think so.
I think so.
Awakening Witch could be S material, but
Lower
I don't
S?
think it's played out that way yet.
Okay, we
low
think
S.
about, at least in EU, we're thinking about Oribu, Hirkun. We're talking about who else? Nishi. We're also talking about. I mean, they're doing very well, but the oppression that Awakening Witch puts on you is more towards medium close range, while Succession will be all the way from large distance, right? It's like whenever you have an Awakening Witch, you have to actually fight on top of her to actually feel it. And while Succession Wizard, if you ignore him, he will be a nuisance on long range. Which, although she can TP from afar and win your back and CC you from the back, the damage is absurd. Her tankiness is also quite noticeable. The utility is still there. But I find her less oppressive than Succession Wizard. I don't know if everyone agrees.
She's very telegraphed.
Yeah,
because she only has one TP.
I think it depends on the class you play, because if you're playing a more front, like if you're playing a class with more frontal guards, Awakening Wizard, Witch is a complete menace. Because the thing is, the teleport into CC is completely like it's almost instant. There's no prompt for it. The moment the Witch appears behind you, right? If you're in frontal guards, you're CC'd. Like that's basically it. There's no you can't react to that stuff because it's instant. I want to tell
you. That's the difference between her and Wiz. Like Suckwiz. Suckwiz does it twice.
Suckwiz does that twice. That's why Suckwiz should be in S plus and not in S.
Yeah.
Right? Awakening Witch should be in S, and Suckwiz Witch should be in high A or low S due to the fact that
we're gonna need a new tier for Lahn then, man.
I mean, Lahn is the perfect AOS.
We haven't even got to Archer, guys. Come on, stop it. Okay,
hold on. We're still talking about.
Awakening Witch, I would feel comfortable on putting her above Succession Tamer and below Succession Valkyrie. That would be the place for me for Awakening Witch. That would be my personal take. Do we
I think the
agree on
potential
that
is
one?
there for us. I honestly
want
think
to
so.
also
I don't
say-
think Ori will place enough to show it though. So,
Okay.
And I also say Mac plays a lot of variance in like AOS as a environment also plays a lot into it because casters benefits, especially when casters have like certain frontal guard abilities, especially with Witch. It benefits a lot more when there is just an intangible wall behind them. So you will also find Witch fighting against the edge of the map quite often. But that is also why Witch is so strong because they can just do that, right? It's not open world.
Okay.
So
okay, it's
I find that wall of use.
It's fine with me.
So final is Awakening, which is S. Suck Wizard is S plus. Because if you put Succession Wizard as S, Awakening Witch directly needs to go A. I can easily
Doesn't sit
fight
with
against
me, right?
Awakening Witch can't
Exactly.
kite me as a skirmisher, but Succession Wizard can kite me, can kill me easily. I can't stand the damage.
I want to add that not only mages in EU, there are top suck wizard in other regions as well outside of NA.
Okay, we can check that actually.
They are. Right, you can
We can
definitely check
check
that.
that.
But I'm pretty sure there were a lot of suck wizards like in top rankings, top 10.
we can order
in
S
other
plus,
regions.
so I'm not fully
Like
against
lower
it.
S
Like,
plus
the
at the end
difference
of the
is
S
minimal
plus.
to me. No.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I
Just leave it
mean,
there. It's fine.
yeah, sure, whatever. Okay. Nah, Awakening Wizard cannot be better than Succession Valkyrie. I think that's a little bit too much.
I would put Awakening Wiz next to Sorg, probably. Awakening Sorg.
Yeah, it's not important. This tier is not that much important. We should focus on S and S plus.
Okay.
Yeah, but like Awakening Wizard is such a funny class though. What?
Okay,
The slowest grab just turned into the most competent grab in the world, you know? It's pretty good.
It isn't that slow out of TP actually.
It's no longer that slow. It used to be the worst grab in the world, and now it's just like, funny grab. You're a class.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Which one comes next?
The next we talk about which Ninja.
Ooh.
Awakening S, suck A.
It has to
no,
still
it's
be
it's very polarizing. It's very polarizing because the potential of suck is higher than Awakening, but on average, Awakening is better than Succession.
So, like, what Armin said about he said Awakening still S, Succession A, depends S. I think he said something like that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Because
Yeah, that's
Awakening
right.
Ninja is limited now by stamina actually. So
Yeah.
Still
it kinda
Giga
gets
OP
chipped
kit,
out a lot.
just stamina.
Once again, this is one saying
the kit
by
is
Succession
completely
Ninja
broken
have
still. You
a better
can 1vx on it all day, every day, if you're good at it.
But you
Once
can do
again,
it
I
as
think,
Succession Ninja, isn't it? As far as I know.
Suck is very, very limited, yeah.
But it's
Yeah.
very guppy.
One
right?
VCC and it's a float.
Yeah.
Ninja has one of
Succession.
the effects that I feel like that we talked about earlier that no class should have, which is double grabs. When they had a patch that they reduced all grabs down from like to a standard 15 seconds, right? Not a problem. But if you have double grabs, your cooldown should either be 30 seconds per grab, or you should just have one grab. That's crazy to have two grabs.
Yeah. 15 seconds means 7-second grab still, in theory.
Exactly. And they said, okay, 7-second grabs is too oppressive. And then they gave these classes double grabs, so they still have 7-second grabs. So why don't I have 30-second cooldowns on these grabs?
I agree.
Oh, yeah,
I'm completely against multi-hit CCs, pet CCs, 2 grabs, 3 grabs. I'm completely against them. They're killing games, thing. But PA is PA.
Oh, by the way, I just wanna say to everyone, I love how within the confines of overpowered mechanics in the game and all like broken mechanics in the game, not a single mention of vacuum was mentioned at all.
Yeah, because I've accepted that it's never
I don't have
going
an
away.
issue with vacuums if they count it towards the CC count. My issue with vacuums is specifically that. As long as if vacuum did not count towards, or if vacuum counted towards the CC count, no problem. The fact that it doesn't is bypassing the nature of what it is, because it is a CC.
Yeah, it's pulling you.
And
Yeah,
of course,
turns around
we
in
haven't
front of
talked
the gun
about
as well.
Awakening Mystic yet, but we'll move on to it.
Yeah, because then if you get vacuumed into a grab, you're not going to be then CC 2 more times. You know, you'll be, okay, I'm back into a grab. Now I'm going to wake up.
Okay.
And if you're at cap, you're not going to get vacuumed in after you've been grabbed, you know, as you get up. And vacuum disproportionately affects some classes over others. If you're a melee class with no iframe teleportation, you're going to be more affected by vacuum than a class that does not have that. It's not like an equal. If I hit you with a stiff, no matter what class you are, it's going to affect you. If I hit you with a grab, no matter what class you are, it's going to affect you. If you hit me with a vacuum, I'm like, oh, I'm a wizard. I'm a TP out. Doesn't matter. If you're a warrior, you're like, well, I'm there. You know, I'm in that vacuum now.
Yeah.
It would like kind of break
honestly,
the entire rule
I
set
think
of the
it's
game,
what
though.
comes after that vacuum is the problem.
Because you would get CC cap while in super armor.
Yeah.
It would be very weird. I mean, the easiest way would be to just fucking remove vacuums. I would be for that, but we're not living in the dream world, you know?
Though, is like once they've introduced a mechanic like that, that's too integral to the core of a class, they can't remove it. It's like you know, saying, "Oh, that's people will say." Well, it's the same kind of argument when people say, "Oh, delete this class." I'm like, they're not going to delete a class. People have invested money and time and effort into a class. It's not going to happen. The best they can do is manage it very similarly to how they managed Succession Corsair Shield Break, right? Shield Break mechanic was a timeout mechanic for shielders. So the most intelligent way they can handle that is to change the way the mechanic works so it's more balanced within the game. And that's what they've done. They've made it so you can't shield chip even when the person's not shielding. So the solution for vacuums is to make it
the lock passive is still on it. The only thing that changed is that the SE from Sakros doesn't one-shot your block anymore.
Yeah, the lock passive I don't have a problem with. I had a problem with the shield chip.
Oh yeah,
because like it's one thing if you lock passive if you're reducing my ability to regenerate shield, fine, but it was a double whammy. If I'm not blocking, if I know that you're a Suck Corsair and you're going to hit me with an ability that's going to break my shield, I don't pull out my shield. I use my super armor abilities. My shield durability was still being reduced. And then once it gets reduced to 0, at the time, Warrior didn't have the ability to move around. I'm like, okay, well, now I'm screwed. I actually can't move because I don't have my frontal guard. And the same thing would happen to Nova and other shield classes that rely on frontal guard movement. Without their shield health, they actually cannot move. So these are things that, in my opinion, very similar to that circumstance. They add that to the CC count, no problem. Now there is a balance around it. Without that countermeasure, without that balance, they could just throw it out. There's no you know, like what's the problem if Mystic's like, hey, you know what? I see a group of players. Let me throw a vacuum in. There's no consideration, no thought has to go into that.
That is the great thing about next week's patch, though. They are making it forward guard at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ability to throw it out, sure, yes. But I'm talking about the vacuum itself. It's like when you use a specific CC, if you're going to use a float, excuse me, if you're going to use a float, a grab, something, you have to have some thought and consideration into the situation you're going to use it in. They don't need to think about the vacuum. They can just throw it
people throw it out in neutral, like in AOS as well. Like
right. Like if a person's laying on the ground, you're not going to throw out a float. You're going to throw out another knockdown because you want them to stay on the ground longer. Because there has to be thought and consideration to go into it, and not having it on the CC count makes it so there's no necessary thought or consideration.
No, well,
they tried to address that to some degree next week, but like the issues with vacuum aren't gone. You're not wrong.
Yeah, I think it's a good tool, but has to be actually used intelligently. It's especially on Mystic, which we will get into her in a bit. But it's gonna be interesting to see how that affects overall, because Mystic was very opulent in a lot of game modes. But yeah, let's go on to the next class.
Kuno.
Ooh,
okay. I'm putting it Succession directly top S.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
Top S, no question. What about like my Awakening Kuno players, like the real Awakening player? They said that, brother, the lingerers say that that fast engage CC is kind of right. I think it's dead.
I would still put it in S. Because the
lower S?
Yeah, it's still strong.
It's low S, low S.
Yeah,
like,
it's
like the simple fact that you can steal 100 to 0 squishy classes from behind as for one ability of your spin in Awakening Kuno, it justifies low S, I think.
The other thing is like AOS specifically, they still can grab and frontal guard RKD, which is not broken, but that's like how a lot of classes are balanced now. So I would put her in S. still.
No,
But
they
once
are
again,
privileged
vulnerability,
ones. I
one
can't do
5-0.
that.
Yeah, but there's like 5 classes that are balanced like that. There's Wukong,
No.
Scholar, Awakening, Kuno now. Actually, Ranger isn't balanced that way now. It's SA now. Never mind. But it used to be a lot of classes that had like, as like a compensation, they only had front alert, melee, Rikiri.
I have a question for the Kunoichi situation now that we are talking about Kuno, right? Whenever we've been seeing all these balancing coming from PA, do you guys think that the nerfs for most of the classes are hitting right on the mark that player base were complaining about, or are they just missing completely?
I think to some degree they're helpful. But to a different degree, they're just guessing. I feel like in there, it's not just the nerfs; it's their design overall. It doesn't seem like they understand, and this is kind of weird because it takes some background information on Perlibus. The people who design these classes, I don't think are developing the game in its current state. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just guessing because they don't make sense. Good example. I can use my own class because I can speak knowledgeably on it, and I'm sure you other glass players will understand what I'm saying when I do this.
Mm-hmm.
They removed the float from Heaven's Cleave to give us super armor. We were asking for one single moving CC, which was a single tick CC on Heaven's Cleave that had protection. That's it. That's all we were looking for. They gave us the protection. They remove the float. However, the ability has modifiers on it, and those 2 modifiers are going to be air attack, which really, really reduced the damage output of Heaven's Cleave. So it's not. It was a nerf. They gave us super armor, but they nerfed the ability completely. Now, in a different example, they give us our Rabam skill. They want to make our Rabam skill more attractive. So they said, okay, we'll put a knockback on this Rabam skill. Very cool. However, that skill has down attack and down smash modifiers on it with a knockback. How does that make any sense?
No.
They don't understand these classes, and I think that translates to other classes too, because I'm seeing similarities, but I can't speak on them knowledgeably. So hopefully you guys can see that too.
Yeah,
Nah,
I mean, it is the same issue with Scholar. Like all the air movements had iframes, so it didn't get sped up in the air and you got stuck. And they removed all the iframes on it, and now the class is weird in the air. It's like somebody playtested it when they made it. They knew being in the air without iframe is gonna be painful, and then they forgot. So like in general, I don't know. To generalize it, like they nerf a lot of classes in ways that work, but they don't make sense, right? Like they nerf Sage to the point where it can barely move.
Classes in the frame, I think.
Yeah, like
it does feel like
Sage is balanced now, but how they balanced it doesn't make sense. It is boring.
It's the
Nobody
most
likes
boring
it.
way to
The OP
balance a
stuff
class.
is still in the game on Sage, like for 25 seconds. Like nobody likes these changes. That's how I would summarize it. You know.
No. We'll get into
like we got to a balance point.
It
but
wouldn't feel as bad if they did it to everybody. I think that's the problem. So they did this to Warrior, right? But it wouldn't feel so bad if they did it to everyone. And so when I saw Sage get a very similar treatment, and I think who was the other one that got it? Was it Mystic? Somebody else got a similar treatment.
Yeah, Mystic got
understand
a lot
how
of stamina nerfs.
Yeah, I do feel like it's acceptable if everyone got the same treatment. But the fact that there's some classes that still don't have it make it feel really bad.
Yeah,
I agree.
It is a good way. They do need to slow the game down. I think it's not a bad thing to nerf stamina.
I want to
really
agree to that argument, but as you said, is there way to slowing down and making 1v1s a little bit more playable, because then you're forced to do stationary skills and make mistakes if you're not moving, because moving has to be SA so that people don't get CC'd and all that. It has to be like for everyone. It has to be common.
Yeah, it has to be universal.
Into just a few. It's just not sitting right with me, but I feel like a lot of people
line of thought has issues as well, though. Like if everybody gets the same changes, we're suddenly every class is the same thing with reskin, and we have a boring game. So I understand like why they don't want to do it as well. You know, I understand like.
Are you talking about the homogenization of classes where like they all feel a little samey?
Yeah.
I don't think that'll be a problem. I think there's enough differences between all the classes. I think in terms of MMOs, like I've played a lot of MMOs over the years. I think BDO has the most varied classes of any MMO I've ever played. I don't think anyone else is even coming close. So even like when you talk about like, let's look at World of Warcraft, right? They have a lot of things that they did universally. So the worry was that, okay, now all these classes are going to feel a little samey, you know, because they all have the CC break, with which is very interesting, right? We have V, they have their trinket. I don't know which one's better. But either way, I mean, it's just that's a different thought. That's a whole different that's a whole different rabbit hole we could jump down. You know, like
I know exactly what you mean though.
Yeah,
there's a lot of
like,
patches in WoW where there's no difference between the Fury Warrior and the Red Paladin, for example. There's no difference. It's just a reskin. I know what you mean.
But yeah, there's I feel like there's some arguments to be made, you know, around that. I don't think that BDO would suffer from homogenization if we made classes have to manage stamina across the board. I think that's a fair desire.
I think that's what they're afraid of. I think that's why they're not doing it.
Yeah, I think they're not.
Yeah, they need to. They need to. 100% they need to. And I thought they were going to. When I saw those rounds of nerfs, I thought that's what we were seeing. And then they're like, okay, we're done. I'm like, what do you mean you're done?
Yeah,
I think they got. I don't think they were done. I think they were bored. They're like, we're tired of doing this, so let's just do something else.
I mean, they need to talk
about playing with Archer though.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's time, guys. Okay, let's all release our ankers.
DK.
Wait, is DK?
Yeah, I'm just putting Awakening B, Succession S+. Where is it? Fuck you, Lua.
Yeah.
I would put
where is
the top of
it
S.
has to be. It has to be S. It has to be S.
It's S, but not S+.
Yeah. Okay,
top S then, huh?
Top S, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe below Kunos.
Maybe below Kunos. Actually, maybe below both Kunos, yeah.
I think Succession Wizard is probably the only one which is doesn't have a grab and is S+. That's probably the only class in the current meta.
Yeah, Succession sits well there. And for Awakening, I remember when we were doing the Rat tier list mailer, we were doing the AOS right at the beginning, and with all the changes you guys were dropping, Awakening Dark Knight would sit on 8. I didn't see it, and I kept telling you guys. I feel like Awakening Dark Knight is like her damage is insane. Okay, like E buffed, set buffed, Awakening Dark Knight, it's like absolutely bananas. But she's still too frontal guarded. She's too unprotected still. So she just
she basically just dies to herself using the thing that pulls her in an SFG.
Yeah,
and until that ability is super armor, it's always going to be dead.
Yeah.
Yep.
So sorry for them because they got a lot of damage, but they're still unprotected at the end of the day, so they just die, and that's it. There's nothing they can do.
Okay, are you ready? The premium child of BDO. Stroker.
Okay, let's go.
Oh no.
Jay's favorite.
Jay's favorite, huh?
Can I say something about Striker really quick? It's never the biggest problem. It's never the biggest problem in a patch. Striker's never the biggest problem.
Imagine with that skill kit, you can't be a problem.
It's never the biggest one, but it's always there. It's always a problem, but it's never the biggest one.
I think Striker's very good at like blending in, like they're camouflage, man. They anytime there's nerfs, they're like, oh, we nerfed Striker, but not really. They nerf things that no one is even paying attention to, or like, and then they're like,
I honestly think the nerfs are gonna be noticeable in top end. Like everywhere else, nobody's gonna care because people are gonna face tank battle cry, and it's nothing changes.
And the reason that it's going to be noticeable in large scale is because they had so much protected self healing off of damaging players. So that in large scale, you're going to notice those nerfs. So things like Guild League, for sure. I don't know if that is going to be translated as noticeable.
It will be noticeable for newbies, like brain that Striker players, they used to that heal in AOS. They're going to notice that and they're going to fall instantly. But pro Striker players, they just love that patch. It's just like they said they gave me more regen on my other proper skills, and like Battlecry now has 30-40% more damage, like heal. They said, okay, I take that.
Because a good striker is gonna use the Battlecry when it hits.
Bro.
Yeah, like
the original stealth class.
I want to add one more thing, that Striker still have the whole down smash combo available to him.
Yeah, but
is it full protected?
Oh yeah, isn't there down smash?
It's not protected. Don't get me wrong, it's not protected.
Isn't there down smash on
Spiral
Cannon?
Combo available to him, so he can still reset combo.
It's a Tayback kick and something else.
Oh Jesus, man!
But that is still available to him, so he can still do like in a 1v1 against a massive tank, he can still essentially do a reset combo.
There's a Asha only meme. I have not seen, like, they don't even need to leave super armor or get down smashes in AOS to one combo anybody.
No.
It is a
Sure.
pure Asha 1v1 meme.
So I put Awakening S in between Suck DK and Suck Sorg. We can check it again.
DK. She's better
I would actually put her next to Kuno.
Okay.
Yeah,
I wouldn't put him over Awakening Kuno.
Yeah.
And then Succession Striker, low A or up B? Which one would you choose?
Yeah, I think.
There's nobody
they
playing.
have a lot of
They
movement.
got a
Suck
lot
Striker,
of
I would
good
put
stuff.
Yeah, I would put Suck Striker in B somewhere.
B,
Yeah,
okay.
top B.
Yeah,
Top
like
B, because it got a lot of movement, but it's frontal guard mostly, right? That's the problem with Succession.
That's the
It's
limitation
actually
of the
mostly
class.
movement
Which
compared to-
breaks my mind.
The
Okay,
second he
hear
wants
me
to
out, hear me
re-CC,
out.
it's frontal guard melee. It's bad.
Which breaks my mindset because Succession Striker is the Vanguard class, and Awakening Striker is the Skirmisher.
Skirmisher.
but the Vanguard is more unprotected than the Skirmisher. How does
we
that
had that
make any
argument
sense?
with Mark already, didn't we? So
We talked about that last podcast.
We talked about it
Bro,
last
those
podcast.
designations make no sense, man. They really don't.
Like
Like-
the class doesn't tank the same way because he's full SA, so he can utilize the same SA damage reduction like Awakening Striker. Like, what are we doing? Either we just drop more frontal guards to Awakening Striker the same way Succession Striker is, or I don't know what we're doing. It's beyond me, honestly. Like, I don't get it. Like, the class has probably one of the highest defensive stats in the game for free. His buff is completely busted. Full protected, 2 grabs. He is one of the classes that it's the hardest to punish unless it's a complete read, the grab, because he just protects himself so fast with that step back. Nobility is bananas. Has through frontal guard CC.
Multi-hit CCs.
Damage is insane. Multi-hit CCs. He's only lacking ranged. If he had
Let's give him
something
range
that was
skills.
actually useful range, like he would have it all.
Don't
Like,
give them ideas, man.
They're gonna nerf him by
Brother.
giving him SA range and taking away
He's gonna
something
get
that they don't
ranged ship
use.
damage. We're
brother,
done.
Yeah.
like, it's so cooked. And the
It
fun
is very
part-
hard. Yeah, it's very hard on Striker to find a button that doesn't either CC or put you in iframe. Let's put it that way.
And also
you have to
iframe.
try.
There's only one iframe ultimate dealing damage CC. It's still Striker. You forgot about
And
that.
how do they manage to survive? And you see the
iframe
global
damage,
labs.
Striker.
Okay,
The only class with iframe damage, dude.
here's
A big
probably
iframe damage, dude.
here's probably the biggest copium I'm gonna say on this podcast episode. I just hope I have something inside my heart that on Wednesday everyone is gonna be super happy because we're gonna see more nerfs to Striker. Right? It cannot.
It's a Scorpium.
Be,
Come on.
Yeah, I was
I
about to
checked
say that's
Videolytics
hardcore, bro.
free
It's
like
not
costume
this
sales.
after all this
bro. It's
balancing,
not
right?
happening.
Videolytics costume sales say you're wrong. Fuck you.
Like I just like it cannot be. Okay, I'm gonna shut up. This would be random. It cannot be.
You know what?
Like,
I will say one thing to you because, I have hundreds of viewers coming in my chat. And when I just complain about Striker's skill kit, I'm saying that the most OP skill kit in the game. They say, but Quendia, you're right, but my class is boring. That's also a downside, according to them. They have nothing to defend their class OP kit, literally nothing. They're saying my class is OP, and I say fuck you.
and they're just
I mean, it's a
happy
fair
and
criticism,
smiling at
but
everyone
because
doing
it's easy to
crazy.
play. Like, what
Yeah.
are
I
we
think
talking
that's-
about? It's so
I
protected.
think saying Striker is boring now is a fair criticism, but at the same time, people can't even play the classes they love sometimes,
Do you remember when
So,
people thought Witch and Wizard were
It is
boring?
very spoiled.
I don't know.
I
Never
want
mind.
to
Let's.
add,
that was
some
a while
of the strikers that I talked to
It's the
in
same
EU, they are essentially saying even before they were saying striker is like low key insane, probably one of the top classes in the game, even before like all this debacle comes out. And these days they're just like it's okay, it's fine, and like honestly, it's been under the radar for such a long time.
It's just
There was just always something better. There was always like, say,
Once again, it's
always
always the
looming
second
over
problem or the
everybody.
third problem. It's never the first. There's always something
Yep.
in front of it, but it's always there. Speaking of gauntlets, by the way, should we move on to the other very problematic one?
Yeah, sure.
Mystic one. Let's talk Mystic. I'm putting Succession A. After the changes,
Yep.
people say it's mid
Fair
tier.
enough.
Yeah, it's
I'm
good.
putting it here.
Yeah,
Awakening.
it's good. Like the damage is super good. Yeah.
Awakening
I
is
would actually
S or
put-
S plus. I'm just I'm still
I
thinking
would put
about
it
after
S
the
'cause
front
it gets
guard.
It's
Yeah.
S.
I have to ask this question.
Like
Front guard change.
on Wednesday, it has to sit on S.
I have one thing to ask. Hey, they said it the Wukong will be front guarded, isn't it? If they cancel the Wukong with some dashes, is Wukong still there? But CC not there. I know they have the full cast for CC. I said that I just cast Wukong and dash out because I know that somebody will just CC me. Is Wukong still there? I need an answer for that.
Yes, there will.
Yes,
still be
people
Wukong.
tested it already. It's gonna be
Okay,
there.
S plus. There is nothing. Then
S plus.
if
But
I can
here's the
cancel
thing,
that
here's the
Wukong,
thing.
nothing will change.
No,
My counter
AOS
argument.
specific,
to that.
people will look for it.
Yeah.
People will look for it,
That's the
and
thing.
she is gonna get CC'd a lot.
What Mystics would do with Vacuum right now on AOS is they just place it on somebody that is CC'd, so they peel for it and they're full protected. And when they are trying to re-CC somebody, is like a full, let's say, protected KD, right? So they lost now the chance to protectively second re-KD, and the chance of peeling with the Vacuum is also gone. So that actually hurts quite a lot.
I understand.
That's why it wouldn't sit on S plus. Right?
Okay, so this is also overall huge nerf for large scale, isn't it? It's a huge nerf for large scale.
Yeah, for large it's gonna be massive. Like all the Chais bongoing around are insta-seeing you all of that shit now.
Yep.
They have to actually think from where they go in.
Also
You
on
can't
Guild
just
League
throw
too.
it.
And I'm so happy for it.
Yeah.
I'm so happy for
So
it.
it's a really, really good change actually. It's kind of similar like how Awakening Wild gets caught a lot when they Q cancel their vacuum randomly.
But it just makes sense, right? Because all the vacuums in the game are either unprotected or frontal guarded.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, I don't know why Mystic was the
maybe
exception.
Nova? Suck Nova? Sorry,
Nova's
not Nova.
stronger.
Sorry, Suck Corsair.
Nova.
What? Nova is.
Oh, Sock Old is protected. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
but
like,
technically
that's
an
old,
old, right?
right? It's supposed to be something powerful.
Yeah.
But if we're talking specifically, okay, there's Corsair, but it's only 2 ticks of slow. It's not as strong as Mystic, right?
It's not a big
Corsair,
pool
yeah,
either.
you're
That's
right.
the thing. It's not a massive pool compared to Mystics. And
Corsair
once again, the follow up from Mystic is just a vacuum. Most classic one. And by the way, yeah, Lahn, that's agree. That's
we're moving on to
Lahn.
Lahn.
I just directly put Lahn is S plus, Suck is mid. Do we need to talk about it?
No, I don't think it's like I don't know.
I mean,
armor,
reach
CCs,
why Lahn is S plus,
range grab.
It's just
it is
broken.
Whenever there was all these changes to the grabs, seeing the way they nerfed Seraph and they obviously ignoring Lahn tilted me like a lot. Let's just say that. Like it was their perfect chance to actually make all the grabs be somewhat a skillful tool to like punish mistakes, and they just ignored it, and they gave them to Kunos all that absurd grabs, and they left Lahn the way it is. It's just doesn't make sense.
I mean, Lahn, in my opinion, Awakening Lahn is the perfect AOS class, right?
Yes,
literally
class
perfect.
Can grab, heal, can fly away, disengage, can multi-hit CC, can just dash away and make sure that for the rest of the game you're not touching him. They can stall, they can do every single mechanic and abuse that the game in AOS allows them to do, while also having a massive presence on the battlefield, right? Awakening Lahn can do everything in AOS, and it is the perfect AOS class, in my opinion.
The thing that like makes absolutely no sense though is like the cone grab. Why is the cone grab still in the game?
No.
It is the only cone grab.
No.
Like that's so range. It is so dumb.
And also about the nerfs, I do think it will hurt, but only the bad lands, right? Because the spin having stamina and up into 8 seconds, like it will be noticeable. But the good ones, they know what they're doing, right? So
they don't even use that core anymore.
The good ones don't even use the core and spin, right? So
yeah, they don't. They use the is it eradication? I think it's called. It's a stiff into multi-hit KD. So they have like 2 multi-hit KDs they can spam on people they grab.
I mean,
and
here
about
was the thing. I talked with
submission.
Lahns. They were saying that, hey, all of the brain-dead Lahns, they were using WF core. It's because multi-hit CC moving. You know, we just everyone disagree that mechanic in the game, and they said that they just wanted to nerf those brain-dead Lahns. But the problem is when you check the high tier Lahns, Brony was using, for example, Eradicate for last 2-3 years. That skill is there for like SA, stiff, KD, approximately 2 seconds linger SA. You can just linger it if you know how to do that. And the cooldown is 5 seconds. And if you're lucky, like stiff and you jumping behind of your enemy, if you just, hit the front guard, you jump directly behind and bam, over front guard KD. Small AoE, yes. It's very hard to do that, but it happens sometimes. Like it's way broken. If you know how to play it, you rarely see that high-end elo LAN players with that spin. Spin was being used. Yeah.
In high elo, they can't use it, yeah. Because if they just spin into 3 people, they're just going to lose all the health bar in their uses for like a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
By spin, you mean Deadly Dance, yeah?
Yeah, WF.
Oh, by the way,
what we would see typically,
on top
right?
of Lahn,
with
can
Lahn,
I just say something really quick as well?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Like it's also like, especially in terms of like the brain dead Lahns, as Quintana says, right? Well, just want to add that especially lower end Lahns, they are extremely telegraphable, right? Because what they're gonna do is they're gonna fly in, dash, do a little spin, right? Dash to the side, do the blade spin thing, and then grab. That's basically their whole combo.
Yeah, you and I actually were going to say the same thing. What they do is they fly in, they land, which is a CC, and then they do Deadly Dance, and then they grab. And then if they don't get the grab, fly away.
Yeah. Then they do it again. And that's basically what they're talking about, brain dead Lahns. And I completely agree with that. They should nerf that shit to the ground. Because even without that kit, I think Lahn still S+ just to the fact that how perfect it is to suit AOS.
As we've said, is the perfect class for this game. I mean, don't get me wrong, the class should be probably the best on this one, right? The kit is suited for this, but it's just too oppressive. Just too
it's too oppressive
well
because the thing that it just gets.
Class needs some kind of some part that punishable. For example, Tamer is same shit, different color until Tamer is just trying to kill somebody in the ground. Go behind, pocket, bump, gets out. That's why his Awakening Lahn is just, Awakening Lahn is full protected combo in the game. When I said that like a year ago, Awakening Lahn Discord and all of the toxic Lahns, they said that, shut the fuck up PvP player. I said that now this class has full SA combo. On top of that, they gave the class the flying bound KD, all of the catches. They land on top of you full SA with knockdown. And they're calling my Awakened Drugs unprotected KD is OP. What the fuck are they like? And they're nerfing my KD like unprotected.
There are players that they're just not able to be objective, man. And then that's like, I know that sucks, but like that's just the reality. There's some players that will only see their class as the victim in every situation instead of looking at, okay, I actually have a very strong kit, and here's why my kit is strong, and this is why it should be balanced. Because all they say is don't nerf me, everyone else is strong in this capacity, but when they're not really paying attention to the fact that they are on a tier list or on a scale, they're on the mid to upper end of the scale, and just because there's somebody higher than them on the scale does not make them the victim. You play a victim class, you put yourself in AOS, you're gonna know it.
I know it.
Yeah, I know it. I know it. I play a victim class. I know it.
I know it. Yeah. Don't worry. I know it.
And that's the thing. Like Alon was like, "Oh, I got chased this one round." I'm like, "Yeah, you got chased one round because you fought classes that had infinite stamina, infinite iframe, and infinite movement, and that happened to you one time. It doesn't happen to you every round because your class is not a victim. You have a lot of powerful movement and protection in your kit. But if you don't have that, you go into a game where everyone knows that you don't have that. You're going to feel it very quickly."
Yeah, I can completely say I can see what you say. As an Awakened Drug player, my class was OP.
Drug, yeah, absolutely.
It's completely.
Yeah. If I have to pick, If I have to pick a class to go after, and Awakened Drak is on the list, and I don't see a Berserker, a Warrior, or something like an Archer, I'm going for the Drak.
Yeah, like right now, I like my class. Like every time I say that, hey, we have lots of OP shits in the game. Let's nerf them, not before to touch the bad classes. But it's PA. Their approach is completely different from what we say.
You're right. You're right. It is PA. They don't nerf. They like to have the buff mentality. They want the nerfs that they implement are usually in exchange of something else. And the nerfs that they've the only nerfs they actually put in, the only actual proper nerfs are stamina nerfs. That's really the biggest one that they hit us with was stamina nerfs, and then they change a CC type from super armor to frontal guard, which I think the game could do better with more frontal guards. But my opinion and what Perlibus actually does do not line up. So even if I were to advocate for every class to have more frontal guards instead of super armors, the game still moves too fast for its own good, and they'll just forget. They're going to release the next Seraph, whatever that class is, Necromancer, right? They'll release that, and that's going to be full of protection, full of multi-tick CCs, full of everything that we just got nerfed off of us, and that class will be a god again. And they do this every single time.
True. Succession Lahn does deserve to be A?
Lower A, I think, because they got they had gaps in the beginning of their skills. They made them front guard. Then if they just reposition, deals okay damage. Yeah, but like can't be more than that. Just rat class damage. Try do something. Like you have to play nearby your team. If your team is trash, you're just trash. Nothing more than that, I believe.
And I think
put an
it's
extra
like
Awakening DK.
it's succession. Like I want to see Succession Lahn very close to Bladers because they essentially do the same things, right? They disengage, they see a gap, they come in, do a little bit of CC, do a bit of damage, go back out. But Succession Lahn can do reset way better than Bladers, so I would put them somewhere on the top list of the Blader classes in comparison. So like where
Musa has more burst damage though.
I mean, I get that. I get that.
Like,
it's just
more.
for me, like, while Musa has more damage, Succession
because
Lahn
you're a
has
suck
way
ranger
more
and
ways
they
to
can actually
disengage.
punish you if you climb.
No. I feel
Right, so
like
that's the debate.
it's me. It sits well with me putting Succession Lahn there. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think that's
the next class is Archer. I put it S plus. Do we need to talk about it?
No, it's
This
S.
is another
over Wizard.
This is
Another Wizard
another
situation.
class situation in which here's the thing. If you have this, because this is also a big part of a big picture, right? If you have a class that has its weakness, right? Because if you had a strong class to chase this class and put it into the dirt, but you're nerfing everyone that was successful doing that role, Archer is just gonna be set wild and free, doing whatever he pleases, and he's doing it right now. And the class does super damage, CCs while moving. Seems like no stamina struggles at all. Doing damage ranged being SA or frontal guarded. It is very, and I'm talking it, I feel like, on a perspective of one of the classes that Archer would struggle the worst, like which is Awakening Sage with the Shifty. But the chances where I actually get to punish them are becoming lesser and lesser. Like it's so RNG in which I die standing, trying to burn my stamina and getting their bees, or they just are free doing whatever they please. It's just so frustrating fighting this class right now. And the same way we talked about a large scale class being this oppressive in smaller scale scenarios, I don't think it should happen. And the same way Succession Wizard, I would argue, okay, it's specific players that are playing it super well. Archer is just out of all the realm of possibilities in
that's why I put up. That's why I would put Archer high as well, because it isn't good players that are only performing on it. Everybody that plays Archer at all performs on it.
It's everyone.
And one of the only things that holds it back are vacuums. Mystic having a FG vacuum, they're just gonna meteor dive through them, and every time you see it,
How are you
they're
gonna counter it?
basically unleashed next week, I think.
So
How are
I'm
you
an
gonna
awakened
counter
drug. I'm an awakened drug. I might have the best mobility kit in the game. And now I have protected CCs, but I still can't get archers. I'm being out of stamina. They can easily dodge my grabs. They can easily catch my, gaps or whatever it's saying. Like my class is designed to counter them, but they're countering me. That's why this class is S+. They shouldn't be like, here is the thing. Their damage skills, mostly front guarded. I'm talking about range skills. They're just raining arrows on top of you. There is nothing you can do about that. You have to go outside of render or you have to run at it. When you go run at it, he instantly starts to, spam super armor with CCs. And I would super armor with CCs, but that damage skills has damage. You're melting still. The archer players, like, there are many archer players in Sorarena. Like, if they just nerf a little bit that class, they will directly go on 1K. They have no idea how strong their class is. They're still crying. And I'm telling them, brother, I am your counter. You're countering me. I can do nothing against you. I should be able to easily catch you. But I can't.
I could tell you right now exactly where it happens, where it needs to happen. Because I agree with you on catching them is one issue, right? You close the gap. They're doing immense amount of damage as you close the gap. That's one issue. The issue is now that you've closed the gap, what happens next? They use a multi-tick CC that goes over your head to CC you in a grab animation.
Yeah.
Right or wrong? Yeah. So that not being multi-tick, not being frontal guard bypass, the class is instantly back on Earth. It goes from the heavens back to the ground.
I agree.
It slows as
That's
well. But
take something from
is
these
the
classes.
issue that I heard. I talked about it with Xane, if you know him. He's the second one after Sani in EU right now. And he said as well, like, the only way to balance it, where it isn't dead, is to remove the stiffs on Piercing Cry, Meteor Dive, and I think it's like an Awakening ability that has it as well. And they need to remove the slows on the movement abilities. I hate this about Sage as well. I know Sage is dead, but that's one of the bullshit things that kept in this kit, right? Movement abilities that CC and slow is the dumbest thing they can do in this game.
I just thought of how we fix that problem, Kundaya, without changing the class dramatically, without making them incapable.
That's why I'm saying
that one specific ability, instead of making it super armor, it's unprotected, and instantly the class is balanced again.
So Succession Wizard and Archer, they're in the same scenario. One is a little bit different, but Wizard has PA heal, blah blah blah. So at the end of the day, like when I say these classes S+, they're S+ is because they didn't design for AOS, but they're dominating in AOS. That's why they're S+.
Yep. All right, can I get a slight input that Succession Wizard's better than Archer? As much as I would like to hate Archer because the class is literally a sub-ranger power creeping AOS, but I think Succession Wizard is still slightly better due to the fact that you can. Like I do believe that you can still, like, there are counters to Archer. There's more counters to Archer than there is Wizard.
What counters Archer in your opinion?
Maegu? I feel like that's a pretty solid counter.
It doesn't. They don't have.
They just die.
All their corner guards are
Maegu
optional.
has no grab. The only thing that counters an archer is a grab, and grabbing them is a big risk because
a good archer is not going to leave super armor into a Maegu that's working them.
Then the thing is, like I by the way, I completely agree with the S+ rating just because, especially with the reasons.
What you're saying isn't right. A good player is going to see an Maegu press F on him. A good archer is going to see an Maegu press F on him, and he's just going to iframe the spin. And all of a sudden, he moved away. He slowed her. He threw a CC at her, and he iframed all of the damage.
Yeah, but also
it's just straight up wrong.
doesn't do ambush and Rhapsody at the same time, though. A good Maegu doesn't do those two abilities at the same time. Like the bad Awagus always do ambush.
They do F,
into
W, R&B, side R&B. That is all they do.
I was gonna say, I don't feel though, like despite everything we've said, I don't feel like Archer is S+. And the reason I don't feel like Archer's S+ is because their counter is raw damage, and there's so much raw damage in the game.
Yeah.
So if you think about all the rat classes that are raw damage, iframe, SA, doing damage on top of them, they just fall over and die. I think it would be fair to put them somewhere towards S or A, honestly, because they are susceptible to the raw damage, but classes that are melee are not the ones doing it. So our perspective as melee damage dealers is not correct for Archer alone. I think they are not S plus because they would be dominating. We'd see them all over the place.
They
We
are
only
though.
see them now.
They are in the EU. We
EA
are
maybe.
seeing that.
Here's the thing. Here's the
NA,
thing.
that's exactly what happens. We just run down the Archer, and then the
So
Archer is
then-
high standing.
That
For
is the
them.
issue that you have. You don't have an archer that is good enough at
Give me-
spacing to not die instantly.
Give me my wheelchair back. Give me my inhaler back. And me, as probably the most natural counter to Archer, I will make sure he's not rampaging like that. But as of right now, not even with damage, there is no situation where you can trade this class. Because he knows you're coming for him. He will iframe perfectly timed the skill that does more damage, and you immediately, in like a matter of 1 second, 2 seconds, you've already lost the trade. And all the stamina that I have invested into catching him up, he will just keep blasting me. I have to now kite back, and he will just come closer with damage plus movement, and I won't be able to do anything to him. Plus, as you mentioned, it's not possible to grab him every single time you go from in front of us on Archer. Like, it's not logical to me that if you go in front of a class that is range, you are not able to grab. And I'm calling it even on a range grab. I'm probably one of the most OP grabs in the game outside of Awakening Lahn. It's impossible to grab it.
That is why, like,
I'm not arguing that they have a lot.
Asking the way that I did, right?
I just don't feel like they're S plus because if you're looking at Succession Wizard versus like an again, Succession Wizard has teleportations; they can move around across the map and not be touchable. You can splash damage all over that Archer as he's moving because most of his movement.
And I want to add also that Archer has one of the lowest health bars in the game.
Yeah,
right.
I just don't agree that the S plus rating is accurate for Archer. I think S, maybe A, but I don't think S plus is right.
I think it's just the region.
What is your basis for it? Like you're just saying it isn't S, it's A, but when I ask what's countering them, you're not giving me any class that counters it.
Like the range classes counter them. The range blast counter them.
Yes, they take splash damage
which
from
archer
everything.
is
Which
not
wizards,
gonna like it is a talk about the best archer, right? The best archer in AOS, Sani. He's not gonna face tank in super armor range damage. He's just gonna FG it and out-trade them. I don't understand why you're arguing like that.
Because
it is all about you need an archer that is good enough at spacing.
If you're against Archer, you're having 2 person, 3 people running him down, right? It's not one person trading.
Yeah, but every class loses to that. Even Awakening Lahn loses to that if your team doesn't do anything at all. What are you saying?
Yeah. I can perfectly see Bernie just dying standing while trying to chase Zini.
That is the only way you beat
he cannot successfully do the role.
But Archer can't damage, like, for example, if a Succession Wizard is in the background, while, like, for example, a Lahn or something is trying to run you down, the Succession Wizard is going to have 3 damage to you while you're trying to blast the Lahn.
But it's nowhere comparable to Archer's damage.
He's not. He can space well enough that the Lahn is never going to catch him. And if the Wizard and the Lahn aren't, like, basically herding him together into one direction, which is not easy to do in AOS, he's just going to get away and do damage while moving away. This argument is like, okay, you can beat it with 3 people if they perfectly play together and outplay it. Sure.
Right? Because
if you have no team, sure.
In this scenario, they can't do that.
It's 3 versus 3, yeah. What you're saying doesn't really make sense. It's an argument like you could apply that argument to any class and it would always be right. Like it has nothing to do with Archer.
And again, I think it's just the change that we suggested to Archer, and also the fact that PA decided to nerf a lot of Archer's natural counter that solidified him in that situation.
I mean, those counters again become counters once more if they remove that one, literally protection from that one ability. I'm not even talking about removing the CC. Remove the protection from that one flip. It's done. Archer's balanced.
And I want to say, by the way, for example, Awakening DK could actually, like, pair-to-pair damage to Archer. Like, certain range classes down there, she can, do some range damage towards Archer, but they're not in the same elo. They're not in the same brackets. So Archers just get dominant there, alongside
I don't think there is a place in which Awakening DK in a top elo match would
No,
be
exactly. There's no place for them.
Archer.
There's no place for them. That's why Archers can just dominate, right? That's the other argument for it. right? Because all the top elo classes are generally what's it called, just melee, right? And because of that, and with archers, tankiness, kiting, all that kind of stuff, it just dominates because the meta also just suits it on top of everything.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll
I
be
know.
right back. I have
For
to go to the
me,
bathroom, guys.
okay, sure. For me, it just sits right. I don't see Archer sitting in any other place that it's not in where it is right now.
I would love to see tiny touches to Suck Wizard and Archer. Then nothing they can dominate in AOS. They are dominating in good ends. It shouldn't be allowed. Because they're also doing it any content in the game. Not war and other things. And there should be some limitations in your class, isn't it? And everybody who has a skill kit can counter Archer Wizard naturally. They're saying that I can't catch them, I can't kill them, I can CC them. There must be something wrong. Like right now, Archer or Suck Wizard was only you can catch it with Awakening Lahn, and same shit, different color, another OP class. We're trying to say that one OP class is only be stoppable with another OP class. So, like, even Sakuno players, they're saying that after nerfs, like, creating pressure on Archer is even harder after nerfs. They can steal that, we can play on them. It was easier before, we can just, deal damage, force them to just, but now even Kuno players say that, like, pressure on Archer is very hard. They understood that how Archer is broken because they were also here before the nerf. They were catching it. Awakening Kuno is almost the same. Right now, there is only one guy, except Lahn, one class that Lua is saying that Archer is being okay target for me. Only one class, Suck DK, except the other OP classes.
Yeah. I think Suck DK can outtrade him,
Yeah.
And trace him down.
Probably the last case of a class that can pair up with a movement and protected CCs to like deal with him.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
do we have
DK on eBay is
any
gonna shred him.
Sorks in the chat at all? Like, how about Sork? Is that
They cannot catch him.
Nobody falls
Sork
for
can't catch
you
Archer.
can't catch them, no, but like if
Nightmare.
they were back into
They
your corner.
simply can't.
You can't catch Archer with Sork. Like, literally, while you're trying to iframe, they just bum. Bye-bye. They're like moving around like.
Okay. Enough of Archer. I think
Enough
we've
of
had
Archer.
enough.
Like,
Just
so
one
here was the
final
thing.
thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, Optimus?
Yeah, just when for AOS, if I see Lahn Archer or Suck Wizard on the enemy team, if we don't focus them first, it's a loss for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why they're OP.
Yep.
Your perspective as a new player in all these classes, do you somewhat see what we're trying to say, or do you find it different on what you're seeing on these tier lists?
Yeah, it's very spot on. I personally would still think like Striker to me is still a very big problem. And I would see Striker a little bit higher ranked and DK specifically because of so much protected CCs. But everything else looks very correct.
Okay.
Like, by the way,
Okay.
in my
Yeah.
I just want to say my skew with Archer is that what's it called? I'm probably the only like proper range player in this call, and I can see how range damage can still burst on Archer. So I think that's the reason why I think Archer should be lower. But obviously experiences differ in terms of like melee and ranged.
I mean, what's more important, the how you see range player or how you see the actual elo and you play with the people that are like dominating the ladder?
Once again, that's fair. That's fair. And I do wonder like if there would be more archers on the horizon in the next weeks or so, right, coming up because they want to reroll to it, or it's actually because like you need insane skill on archer to actually perform at that level, you know. Anyways, no, enough of Archer. Let's
enough of Archer. We've had enough.
Okay, Shai, I put C tier. I'm passing this.
Yeah, it's completely fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's go.
Guardian.
Next.
Guardian Awakening and Succession.
They still have to
Successions is B. Successions B. Awakening is A.
The changes that Succession received are gonna make her a complete menace for Node Wars. Cap,
Yeah, I
that
agree.
is.
Small scale, I don't think
for
it will work.
AOS, it's not gonna be that impactful.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
we
gonna
need
be
to.
And the
we need to
Awakening,
see. Sorry.
the Awakening grab change also kind of fucked her up quite a bit. So I think she still belongs to V. She will belong to V.
For Suck Guard
Awakening
and AOS,
Guardian.
we just need Draco to queue up, so we have like a good baseline, you know.
Yeah, but he
When he's not doing
doesn't.
it.
He just doesn't. There is one Awakening
I think
Guardian
the
that I
limit of
found the other
Awakening
day.
Guardian is
But
in.
you think Awakening Guardian is safe on AOS?
Yeah, it's just because the amount of because the thing is, it's not like one. She is quite reliable as someone who can like store the enemies, and in by the way, yeah, it's true on Shy, but like the one of the main things in AOS is like how you can manage aggro on enemies, right? How you can manage pressure, and I think Awakening Guardian can tank way more pressure compared to Sub Guardian, because Sub Guardian has doesn't have the iframe span, nor it is more protected because it has more frontal guard, right? So I think Awakening Guardian is deserving of A due to that, but obviously it is A because it has certain matchups that it just can't deal against as well, right? So I think it's pretty deserving of A because it also have a grab.
Okay.
It has the same amount of front guards since the last patch, but yeah, it has less
But
iframes.
Awakening Guardian just will be able to spam iframe compared to it does have the same amount of front guard. Don't get me wrong, but how they uses it is way less compared to Succession.
Yeah. But again, I feel like it's one of those cases where the better players haven't really proven the real potential of what this class can do. So it's like still underwater, right? It's like if they played, we would, I guess, say different stuff, but we cannot really say anything else other than your average Guardian player doing whatever in Node War, right? We cannot really have an opinion because you don't see them, basically. So.
Oh, and it's also super slow, right? I feel like that's got to be taken account here. It's like in a speed meta like this, it's super slow.
Yeah, it's just I mean, it's
So we
their identity, right?
We can say for Guardian, it will never be S in Awakening or Succession. They can be B, A, but they will never be S. So we don't have enough, resources to talk about it. But we also have enough experience to see that skill kit in this meta can never be S.
If they give the iframe linger on Frigid Wind to Awakening again, it could be S. But they probably won't.
Yeah, they won't. So, Hush.
All right, let's.
Hashashin.
Awakening
A?
Look bad. Tierlist,
Awakening has a strong A position.
Yeah.
The grab is clunky, but still very resourceful.
It's range at all.
Damage is good. Can catch people off of frontal guards. And Succession, I think it's worse than Awakening for sure.
I put Awakening Hush next to Witch. Awakening Witch.
Is he S material? I think that here's the thing. There's too much damage, Mailer. He just suffers because he just dishes all his damage way slower than anybody else. So he gets out-traded by everything else.
There's only 4 classes played that don't miss on him, though. Everybody else has a ton of misses on him because of evasion. Like, a good Hush is not gonna run in and do what bad Hushes do, right? And lose all of his health pool. Like, if you look at Safir, Cineos, I mean, to some lesser degree, I guess Kionor as well. Like, they're all in top 100, like, well in the top 100. I would put it next to Witch, but I mean, high A tier is fine as well.
I think it's high A tier. Surely has to be on range of Succession Valkyrie. And Succession Tamer has to be moved down. Probably above Suck Ninja. And that's it.
That's okay.
I feel like there's a very important argument that we have to discuss here, that being the fact that Hashashin on Succession is more damage than Awakening.
But no grab.
But again, it's a little bit
grab, more damage. In this meta, are we sure?
There's like, I don't know, like I'm having harder time to fight against Awakening than Succession. If I know that it's Succession, stay SA, what they can do to me, nothing.
Yeah. Exactly.
But what a Sakash does to me is he goes into the tornado and thinks he's invisible, and I just grab him or kill him standing.
Those people, yeah, I grab many hash like that. Don't tell them they're visible.
Yeah, once again, but that's mid ladder. But what if we go into high ladder, right?
That
If
happened to
damage
the
is
best
everything,
Sakash
then-
on you right now. That did happen to him. Yes.
Quick question:
It
how do you
doesn't
know
change.
which tornado he's in?
You're moving.
I didn't even know that.
It's
You
moving.
just
the
look
tornado
where he
to
is.
move?
You look where he is when it starts, like memory, and just remember where it goes.
Yeah,
And also, if you happen to have AoE, here's an awakening sage trick. Okay, you just put your SRMB, which is like the chain lightning. The ray will tell you which one it is. You just spin through him and just grab him and get him out of there.
Or
It's
just
actually
jump
pretty
in the middle of the like tornadoes. Use any AoE damage when you see crit back attack
Yeah, you
something.
will see the takes.
Yeah. They think that
You
they're
see the-
Yeah,
iframe
true.
or something. I grabbed many of them. They even PM me, are you hacking or something? Brother,
No, you're
what
good at
these people
memory.
are using, they have no fucking clue about their mechanics.
Yeah, that's funny. That's
but
definitely funny.
it's suck hash that low though. On
No,
A.
no,
Yeah.
it should be on par to. I think it's worse than Suck Maehwa.
I mean, you could put
I
it over
think it's
Suck
around
Musa
Suck Maehwa.
technically.
Yeah, I think it's around there.
It has to be
Maybe over
'cause
Suck
it-
Musa.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah. Okay, it's fine. Okay. All right. Next. Let's go for next.
Suck Nova, I'm putting it directly S plus. Fuck AI, pet CC. They all can die. Where is it?
Okay, Loki Suck Nova has to be on A, right?
A? No, it
It's-
says.
You could even
It
put it
says.
top of A if you
It's
like
S, it's not
compare
S
it
plus,
with
it's
like
S.
right?
It says direct
S
S.
plus
effort
rage
to
play, but S is fine.
what you get out
S
of
is
it.
fine. Putting S.
I think
Don't
it
putting
has to
S
be
is
A.
better.
I think it has to be
No,
top A,
it's
but
not A.
it cannot be S.
Just leave it an S. I am not.
It's
I'm
S.
not
It
against
says
it.
like until
Are
they
we
remove the
really
AI
gonna
pet
put
AICC.
Succession Nova on S? Do we dare?
It's
Yeah,
not.
because you basically are AFK. You go under the ground. You're under 30 HP, and your class gets better. You get better by getting CC'd and taking damage. That class is illegal. It needs to be removed.
And I want to say, like this is actually my disagreement with like it being a burst meta. Because the fact that Secession Nova exists, I don't think it's a burst meta because then Secession Nova would not survive.
I mean, I'm not for putting her on S, but the majority says so. Awakening, though, we've seen a couple of
B?
Awakening
A.
Novas.
A.
B maybe?
In EU.
I think A is fair. A is.
I don't think
fair because it's
Awakening Nova. I don't think Awakening Nova is fully back, but gosh, she's annoying.
Yeah, of course.
And
I think it's
also in EU,
but I
least
think it's
Awakening
still
Nova is
A.
very comparison.
I think
it's still B. I think it's still
it
B.
falls into the same vein as like Awakening Warrior, where like to actually make it work, you have to spectate a lot.
Yeah.
So it kind of just becomes like a very
I also have a
patient,
question.
Vanguard and
need
S
to know
buff.
stuff class, you know.
Can
very
they?
dependent on that.
Can they still play without SA buff after reverb?
They can.
No, whenever they're done with those self buffs, they're probably one of the worst classes on the game.
They just become a
But with them,
grab bot basically.
yeah. With
You
them,
can also grab. Like the grab thing is still very much there. The suck grab is in Awakening kit, right? Because it's pre-awakening.
The
they
neutral of
fixed
the neutral is basically they throw out her vacuum, they go into pre-awakening, Q block, and wait. And in their own vacuum, and then they just randomly grab. That is what they do out of Exo.
So I put it like up B. Oh, I think it's okay.
I think it's A. Just because like one of the main things that you notice with especially Nova in rankings is that it's actually quite close with the Secession Nova, right? And Secession Nova being in S means that Awakening Nova must be in A at least because it's comparable. It's not so far behind.
The only argument I would buy you for her to be A material is the vacuums, and the best usage of vacuums that you can see, like it really determines what a good Awakening Nova is and which one is like just there.
Yeah, true.
The vacuum is like one of the most annoying things for her kit, and well utilized is like you don't even need to like really cast it, right? You just put it on top of your teammates for peeling and all that,
Mm.
and you just call it a day, right?
So because of for
I was gonna
AOS
say-
specific, that independent vacuum, I'm calling it pet vacuum, because he's not casting it. It just sends it, and it's if something hits it, it starts to vacuum around it. And let's make it A then, because of only that for AOS. Because other kit is
I
just.
guess that's fair.
Yeah,
that's
let's
fair.
put it there.
Like
It's fair.
next to Guardian looks
It's
actually
fair.
kind of good. Thinking about it.
And I think
I like it.
what's it called? Awakening Nova has a very dependent on like region as well, because I think Awakening Nova is more pin dependent on her vacuums because it's a very precise class, and if the vacuum just doesn't land, then it's kind of weak.
Yeah.
So it's a very pin precise class as well. So it depends on region. Like somewhere in EU, it would be better, while NA covers a larger area. And I would assume NA has weaker Awakening Nova overall, due to the fact that could be bugged. The vacuum can be bugged.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with the Nova placements. I think
Yeah.
Succession BNS is a little bit high for my standards, but probably it's because of my class. So yeah.
Yeah, so
We can
I can
go
just
to the
iframe
next.
out. I don't care about
Yeah,
vacuums.
I don't
so-
really care about Succession Nova, but I think it's my class next. I think it has to be my
Let me check.
next,
Yeah,
right?
Sage Awakening S tier. Just putting it.
Okay, let's
Sage
start with Succession
B.
because it's gonna be the
Succession
is
B. Yeah,
Probably
Sage
C. Probably.
S.
Saxage isn't that bad if you
Yeah,
play around
Sorceress isn't
debuff.
that bad.
Okay. I mean, okay. Hear me out. If I come here and say
Okay,
that Awakening
Sage defending
is
comment.
A again, okay. If I'm here saying that Awakening Sage is in A, I'm gonna get a lot of mud sages in my DMs hating me so bad.
I don't think it's that complicated. Just put it next to Awakening Hush and Ninja.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think it's that controversial.
Okay, here's my thing with the class. As much as everyone hates it, I do think the class deserved a nerf, and it wasn't. We've talked about it. It wasn't nerfed in the right way.
True.
The strengths of the class are there, but probably makes the class able to be played for no longer than 45 seconds or 30 if you're being focused. And for that reason, you have just become probably the crying baby in an AOS match where you're just gonna desperately scream your teammates to play around you and not try or give two shits about the others because you actually need to be taken care of. Because
Isn't that good though?
I mean, it's the most frustrating feeling. Like, before, you could kite away and buy yourself a little bit of space and you would still struggle with stamina, but you would find yourself, in a position where you would not
earlier
get
said you loved playing around the Suckvalk, right? Why don't you
Yes.
love playing around other classes that peel for you?
Because not all the classes can peel for me. How is a Succession Dosa is not gonna peel for me?
Damage? CCs?
Pet
I'm
CC?
just gonna get. I'm just
CC?
gonna die standing. Here's the thing.
Yeah, but
I
you can
have-
between Awakening Sage and Suck Dosa, you can basically burst anything that runs at you. I think damage peel is real in that regard. I don't think I'm capping there.
No, okay. So
You're not capping.
hear me out. What it's infuriating, and I get all the madness from all the Awakening Sages, is that you've lost your ways to be fully independent class. You actually now
but
need
if you take the
everyone
fun
to pay
factor out of it,
attention
right?
to you.
You need to take the fun factor out of it, right? And just say, how good is it actually still? And I think it's still fine.
And that's what
super
I'm gonna
boring.
go for. That's what I'm gonna go
Yeah.
for. The grab is very potent.
But you're
the
arguing
damage
like a
is
striker.
still there.
Your class is boring now, but
Yeah.
it's balanced.
Like Striker, huh?
S-Walking
Yeah, like striker.
S-Walking POV is probably the worst thing that happens in this game. The slows are still there, which is very potent. The blinking damage, the kiting, you can still run down like Musas and people walking around and still trading them off effectively. AoE is there. We are unprotected. Here's the thing. The entire kit is unprotected other than the movement, which is the main complaint that Sages
Ranged
have.
FG is not unprotected.
But that's the thing. It's just not fully ranged. It's like, I don't know, upsurge It's like
it's definitely not melee either.
Yeah, it's a weird area. It's a gray area. It's like
I understand what you're trying to say. Like into some classes, it actually feels like range FG, right, where it's good, and then to other classes, it's kind of ass. I understand what you're saying.
Overall, I have this feeling where Sage still keeps his strengths, but the issue is that there's a lot of classes that deal very well into him right now in the meta, right? So it's like all that conjunction. So I see the frustration for all the Sage players. And as much as we hate it, it's what we got. Probably we won't be touched for the next couple of months, and we have to deal with it. And as much as we are japping, I think it's especially very bad in AOS because the stamina pool is super bad. When you go outside and you do Noteworks, Capped, and Open World gear, it becomes a little bit better.
Yeah, but you basically moved out of being a meta class to being playable.
Yes.
In an unfun
I
way,
think
granted.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
I think as much as they're gonna hate me, I would probably put me below or above Awakening Sork. Like on that range. But I would understand why other people would say it's like on par with Suckbulk.
You're not weaker than Awakening Wizard, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Just your grab alone
I'm
decides games.
I'm not, but I would be worse than Succession Mystic, for example.
I don't think so.
I think
so. We agree Awakened Sage is still playable with limitations.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just not fun to play. It's not. It's like a mental torture process, not only for you, but for your friends in the same room, for your family that have to spend all their salaries in a healthcare insurance to guarantee that you have your wheelchair and your inhalers ready just in case.
All right, you know what, Hugo? Let me end it off by, direct all the angles towards me. Awakening Sage, nerf completely justified. I don't give a fuck. What's it called? 70% of your uptime in BDO since its Awakening Sage's introduction has been over fucking powered. It should have been removed. I'm not gonna lie to you, right? But it's not, and it's still playable. It's completely fine. It still dominates the mid ladder. It's good. The only reason why it's
we are
right now,
okay. Don't get me wrong. We are absolutely destroying people that don't know what Awakening.
Yeah, they have no idea. If people have no idea what Awakening
good
Sage
players
does,
do really fuck us very well.
Exactly, right? So the thing is, like, if they didn't read the patch notes and if they didn't know that Sage have asthma, they wouldn't target Sage at the start, and therefore Sage can get away with a lot of bullshit in mid ladder. But it's weak right now because you can just run him down, right? That's the thing. He is mortal now, and he's not overpowered, and that's justified. It's completely justified. Sage mains, you can hate me, but your class is overpowered.
But you have to agree. Right. But you're gonna have to agree that the way they nerfed it, it wasn't what it should have been.
Well, no, absolutely not. The stamina nerf across the board was not where it should have been, right? It should not remove fun from the nerf. Absolutely not. But just to make the Sages more bad, yeah, I don't give a fuck. I can beat Sages on my Succession Ranger any day, right now, and that is completely justified. Anyways, move on to the next one. Holy shit! Fuck that.
Like, I can understand. Like we just get fucked by Sage 2 years in a row, and nothing happened to the class. And they still have the almost same skill kit, just limited by stamina. That's why people raging it. I can totally understand it.
Just get that out of my system really quick,
He just he was holding himself for 2 years.
I feel like
Waited for 2 years.
Sentiments when Sage nerf, it's like, okay, thank fuck. Bless video, thanks today, But of course, talking realsies right now, it's still okay. It's still fine. If you don't know about the class, he's still extremely powerful to abuse. But
I think the strengths are still there. It's just
it's just not fun to play anymore, and it's bad.
It's yeah.
They could have done a lot different,
right?
And the worst feeling is what I said is like feeling that you're not independent anymore.
Yeah, welcome to Suck Ranger, by the way.
No. All right, we can move on to the next.
So overall, I was one of the hate any OP classes in the game, but the Sage nerfs Like instead of nerfing the OP things at the skill kit, they said that, okay, Sage, I'm taking one of your lungs. You have one right now. You try to be aggressive. 1, 2, and 3, you'll be out of stamina. You have to wait. And if your enemy knows your weaknesses, you'll be dead with your strong skill kit. It's exactly what they did in Awakening Ninja, but Awakening Ninja can just, protect themselves still. Not like Sage. That's why Awakening Ninja is on top of the Awakened Sage. They did the same. They can be infinitely moving, flashing around. Now they limit it, but Sage is, because of the skill kit's limitations, it's in top A. Like low S, top A, it's not important. It is mortal right now. It is vulnerable. In high elo matches, Sage Awakening is directed at its target. If your teammates doesn't know how to peel around you or punish, the focus on you, you're just losing the match, or it's being very, very hard to just win the match.
And it's just really the frustrating part of all of it, right? Because we've talked in here, we have CJ, we have a lot of people that have shown PA ways to make Sage less of a burden to deal with for everyone, and they just did what they wanted. So yeah, it's just sad to see, but nothing we can do to that. So
yeah.
So,
and I also feel like, especially with A tier these days, right? A tier, I feel like other classes are like, okay, they are quite powerful still, but if you know how to play against them, they are countable. Whereas S and S plus is more like, okay, even if you know how to deal with them, they're really hard to deal with, And I think Sage goes into A because of that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I have to take off.
Sure.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
You have to
It was a
leave.
pleasure, guys.
Okay,
As
bye.
always. Thank you, guys.
As always,
Thank you guys for
thank
bringing
you
me
for
here.
being around,
Have a nice
Tyrone.
day.
Thank you very
Another one is
much.
Corsair.
Bye-bye.
Corsair.
Next, we go on to Corsair.
Both A tier, I
Low way.
believe.
Yeah, low way, I guess.
Nah.
I put
Low
Awakening in
way?
B.
Yeah,
Awakening
Awakening
should
has to
be
be
B,
B.
They can be
Yeah.
annoying, but without team, they're just dummies.
Awakening has
Like
to
I
be
can
B.
say Awakening is better than Succession because I would say a little bit higher because of pet CC. That's the only thing,
No.
maybe.
You rarely see it. You rarely see
No,
it.
you rarely see it. Like realistically, you rarely see the pet CC, and also the fact that like a Secession's argument, I think you like, especially if people placing AOS, right? People can relate to this. When you get down to a 1v1 versus a Secession Corsair in AOS, she's not gonna do anything. You can't die.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think one should at least belong to B, just due to the fact that like every single other class in A can at least one combo. Secession Corsair, if you just really wanted to, you just don't die against that class.
I mean,
right?
she has a pass-through float, multi-hit, and she has 2
I guess,
KDs.
but if
super
you
armor.
just stay if you're just a class that is just like have the basic essay and you just rotate that, right? As long as you're like not always within her damage range, right, which is quite easy to do due to her mobility, Secession Corsair is like non-issue.
I mean,
So
yeah,
we say it's
so are
they're
like a lot of other
mid-tier.
classes in A though.
No, I think it's top of B tier, right? But I don't think it's A tier Secession Corsair.
Nor, I mean, Awakening Corsair, I wouldn't say it's A. Neither.
Yeah, I would say Awakening Corsair like has an argument on potential, but the highest potential would be A, right? It would be A in terms of potential.
Yeah, because it has
but
range grab. That's also bonus.
Yeah. It's high potential, but how many people can actually reach that potential?
It's the same situation why we didn't place Awakening
like
DK on A. It's because they are too unprotected, too much frontal guard based. They want to do anything, they just have to go on to frontal guard. And they cannot do it safely.
Yeah.
They're
And
grabbable,
it's
they're
literally the argument,
punishable.
like on paper, it's insane, right? On paper, it's got range grab, it got range CC, it got range damage, but
range vacuum.
like in reality, wait, hold on, you just get run down, right? If you don't know how to play the class, you just get run the fuck down compared to like, for example, Archer. So yeah, I think this is fair. I'm not sure, right?
I think
Please
it's
give some input.
I think it would be B.
I don't mind it being close to Nova, yeah. I think it kind of makes sense. Close to Awakening Nova.
I mean, sure, why not? But I'd say Succession Corsair is better than Awakening. Are we really doing that?
I would put Suck Corsair in A. I'm not even joking. I would put it under Maehwa.
I feel like both classes is heavily dependent on comp because Suck Corsair is very niche in terms of like you have to go against block classes to be the most effective, obviously, right?
It's so kind
Yeah,
of
so much
everything at the
uptime.
bottom of A. You know, everything
Yeah.
at the bottom of A is kind of niche and needs a team.
And what Buffray said, you just have so much uptime. Like there is no game where I am with Flirty that he's not dishing 250k plus damage while I'm struggling to even reach 200k because he's just permanently there dishing damage and slowing everyone.
She's definitely if you know what to grab, she's easy to counter, but she has a lot of uptime.
Yeah, and I think it's better than Awakening. And I think it's better than Awakening for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely. I think Awakening has more potential, but less average consistent performance. Definitely. Just due to Suck's case, just better in the current meta.
Yeah, I would place Awakening Corsair below Awakening Nova and Succession Corsair where Awakening Corsair is right now.
Yeah, I'd agree.
That's my changes. I don't know if you heard Quenya, but
yeah, like tell me again.
Succession Corsair where Awakening Corsair is right now, and Awakening Corsair below Nova.
Okay.
I would do that.
Okay. I was just trolling Lua. I didn't care. All right, like
and Succession Corsair would be above Awakening Guardian. And then we can move to the next class.
Yeah. I mean,
Succession Corsair here?
Yeah.
8 tier?
Yep.
That's okay. There'll be no big difference. Like below 8 tier and even in 8 tier, these classes, they'll be limited by many things. So S plus and S part is heavily important, I believe, for tier lists. Because these
Corsair
classes
as a whole is extremely situational compared to even other classes that's in A tier, I think. Right? It's extremely situational.
The only difference for me between B and A is like classes in A are proactive. They can just spam shit into people's faces and it does something.
Okay. Let's go on to the next
Awakened
one.
Drug. Like right now we talk about Awakened Drug. I can explain what happened to Awakened Drug to people. So Awakened Drug got heavily nerfed. Maybe the most nerfed that class got ever in BDO history. I don't know. In 2 months, the class was OP and stamina nerf, damage nerf, regen and tankiness nerf, and then unexpected super armors taken by PA, and just become completely unplayable. And they buffed a little bit a few months ago, and last month they finally gave some protected CC to class. In first stance, I thought that WRMB would be OP. And then when I started to realize in AOS, it is very hard to hit people with WRMB. And you can just still go over front guard, but you have to just go behind, and any CC behind is in every 20 matches, maybe I can use that skill for as intended willingly CC people. It's so hard. You can ask with other Dracanas if people don't believe me. I'm talking with many drugs in these days. They agree with it. The WRMB knockdown is just for only re-CC someone we are using. Most of the time, that skill is the moving around mobility skill, one of the burst mobility skill. Most of the time, it's being on cooldown because we are moving around with it. Rarely I re-CC also. I'm just trying to explain the current state of drugs, and then you guys will understand why I say it's just like A tier. And class has some problems right now compared to other OP classes. But from my perspective, it's totally balanced. Don't touch my class. Like protected damage is an issue. Your main damage, or you have some protected damages, but you're killing someone, the real damage is front guard, your combo damages. The other thing is stamina issue is still there. Like you can ask with the other drugs. If you go like in Sage, it's same situation like Sage. If you go full in aggressive mode, your stamina is just boom, instantly gone. dash around, moving around like blindlessly, you will have a huge stamina issue. And the other problem is people still think that class has insane regen, like in prime times. Like you guys can watch Quiz also. Like Quiz Age is also tried class.
Yeah.
The first thing he said about, bro, I'm taking so much damage. What is this? Like this is melee class. I can stand in the middle of the people. I can fight damage trade or something. I'm just melting, he said. And also I'm saying that in tanky builds, I barely stand. So besides, we have very good mobility. Very good mobility. Now we have good protected knockdowns. At least we have one that it's always we can try or something. But you also have the other things. And I'm calling it balance. And I would love to see every class like this. I have good things and I have bad things limiting me. And that's why I'm saying that don't touch my class anymore. If needs, nerf other OP classes. I'm totally fine with it. And also, you can check with the drug players. You will see that, main drugs, I'm talking about main drugs. There are also Dracania players in the lists of the other regions. They grinded that AOS rank with other classes, Seraph, DK, something like that. Main drugs, you just hit walls with 1.8k rank, 1.9k rank. Maybe if you're lucky, 2k. Because when you hit that wall, you're deeply feeling that limitations on your class against OP classes. You're against experienced players and with limitations. Meanwhile, when you fight against Lahn, there is no limitation in the class, isn't it? Just an example. So I'm totally fine with my class, but like we expect with the protected KDs, she's not back, she's not OP, she's not S tier. She can't be S tier with that skill kit. A little bit buff maybe can make her S tier, but I'm saying that Awakened Drug is in mid of A, like here, Suck Mystic, Awakened Valkyrie here, or Suck Ninja.
Overall,
I put like 4 or 5 in this season.
Yeah.
And I think the same way.
Overall, the Awakening Dracania is not back nowhere near where she was with all these changes, basically because she could move indefinitely, she could heal all the damage, and she had the damage. Now she cannot move, and she still didn't recover the heals. So there is very limited potential to what the class can do, specifically to the classes that are OP right now. Kind of in the same situation with Sage. So
yeah. So you can also talk with other drugs. People think that when I heavily create PV content, your PV player, something like that. People can also talk with other drugs. They will say exactly the same what I say to you, to you in this,
We have talked to Quizdash, and they have said the same kind of situation, I think.
Right now, but if you have a proper drug, also here is the thing. Like we're talking about in the best scenarios because this is not other classes. You cannot be weak in this class. You have to know everything because it's the most complex class in the game. It's giga complex, many cancels, many things, many situational things. Like we always have to talk with the best, high experienced drugs, and they are saying this, not random people, because you cannot find random drug. It's not a class that randomly someone go inside, try it. It takes months to get used to it.
Is that how it plays out now, though, after the changes? It feels like it got dumbed down by a lot with how it would actually play in AOS now.
Yeah.
Like, effectively. Like, besides combos, like, you kind of just spam the same 6 super armor abilities in rotation.
Yeah. I feel like she's more difficult if you actually try to input more skills, right? But on Nowhere is like very straightforward what you want to try to do. And if you don't get it, you just run away and try again. Right?
So I think that's fairly fair with Drag, no?
Yeah. I think we
can
I think Suck is worse, obviously, without the grab, but it should still
I can confirm Maze said that like Suck is B. It's even if you give grab to Succession Dracania, anyone who knows that what you can capable, it's easy to punish. There are many animation locks in that class in SA. You can easily run to grab. Like I have encountered sometimes few Suck drugs I encounter with low reloads, they just be in my enemy. I'm just running at them, waiting their animation logs, bam, grab. They have nothing to do against it.
The only way they're going to be relevant again is if they give the stiffs back while charging. So you can't just auto-grab them every time.
But it's just making classes broken for large scale. That's the problem.
Yeah.
In this kit, with this kit, before, this, stiff, it was okay, but they just overbuffed skill kit. I also said that this last week's, which one was that? Friday stream, I believe. People just think that Sakdrak is dead class. No, Sakdrak right now is, I can say, top 5 Node War class. If you know the Node War overall Node War system, it's not a class, hey, I'm Sakdrak. It's not like, for example, I'm Guardian, I do PV combo, I kill million people. It's not like that. But if you know your class, if you know Node Wars, how to go in and out, after the buffs, Sakdrak, talk with Maze, Taige, all of the Sakdrak mains, they're most of the time, and KDA, they're top. You can find many Sakdraks. They are class masters, and they're really, really strong in large scale. Just saying, talk with them. About the large scale, another thing.
It's just useless in AOS.
Yeah,
exactly.
I want to add with Sakdrak though, because especially like maybe not in a high ladder, but in mid ladder, I think Sakdrak deserve a slightly higher place, just due to the fact that people doesn't actually know what Sakdrak does, since there's less people playing it, obviously. But since less people playing it, and Sakdrak is actually able to do the same out and in that she doesn't get access to in the higher brackets because she would just get focused, I think it deserves a slightly higher place in B, definitely.
Okay.
Because in mid ladder,
if you want, just put it here.
Ordered.
We're not just ordering properly, like.
Yeah.
B is B, A is A, yeah. Just don't care about the order here. But
okay.
Don't care.
No worries. Let's move on to next.
Yeah.
All right. Go.
Woosa?
Well, that's a.
They've seen a lot of changes recently, but they have
like
to
I feel like
Sakusa.
There be
next to Sakash, yeah.
Yes, it has to be next to Sakash. Both
Awakening
specs,
Musa, I just put randomly B. Okay.
I'd put Awakening over Sak though.
Yeah.
It's like
really?
a tiny bit more tricky to fight against.
Yeah, I think Awakening would be in A.
Okay, if you say so. Because I never encountered with a proper Awaken. They sometimes come in my team. When they see the enemy, they die.
It has to be.
Veil Kisa and mashing buttons on you, yeah.
Yeah.
And they're both quite
It has
good.
to be there. It has to be there. Like,
because
they're
the thing
not
is,
gonna solo carry you, but they can
go
just get a
behind
catch.
God now, right?
They get a catch and they do protected damage they can't resist you. That's what's holding them back. But they have like a massive from the guard pass through that goes like
that skill I'm
almost
completely
around
against,
distance.
but we have those CCs. Over front guard CC, brother.
Every class is
I don't
getting
think she's
through
better than Awakening
frontal.
Sorg.
Yeah.
No, me neither. Me
Sorry.
neither. There is no place for Woosa being
Okay.
above Awakening Sword, but
Maegu.
Yeah, and if I were to go as far as to say that Awakening Woosa would just be Archer without the speed. Like, I would even go as far as that.
No. That Archer can't fully protect the combo. Looks like it.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, on Maegu.
Let's talk about Succession
Maegu.
first. Is it mid tier for AOS?
Yes.
Sak Maegu is okay. It's A.
Sure,
mid tier, isn't it?
It's A. It's solid. Yeah. The damage is there. She kites very well. It's a little bit annoying, but
It's a really good stun catch that moves.
Yeah.
That's basically the only thing carrying her.
The topic is for Awakening, isn't it? S plus or S? I'm in between. I don't know.
Here's
due
the
to how
thing.
dominant the leaderboard has been for Awegu in every single region, at taking up 10% on each region at a time, I think it deserves S plus easily.
It is S plus. It has nothing left to counter it.
For me, it's S plus.
Vacuum as well.
Every class getting nerfed. It's the same situation as Archer. Like, maybe we could debate putting Archer below, but everything that countered those classes is getting nerfed. They're just gonna rampage for free.
Yeah.
Like,
I agree.
I said the same
One of the
thing.
only things that killed her was Mystic Vacuum, and that being FG is gonna make her kill
They will
every
just
Mystic as well.
press F and gonna catch Mystic, isn't it?
Basically, yeah. If
Yeah?
the Maegu reads the Mystic doing vacuum to counter, they'll just always die.
Yeah, like people most of the time, like to cry about Maegu. Imagine Maegu I'm talking about Maegu Succession right now. Maegu Succession got many nerfs, isn't it? Imagine class still performing in mid tier. They array like large scale oriented class still mid tier for AOS. And I don't want to see any Suck Maegus crying about their classes. Suck Maegu is strong for large scale.
It is a lot worse than Node though. Suck Maegu is pretty bad in Node because it has terrible split damage. You need to hit one person at a time all the time.
I don't know. Like overall, I say like people crying about Maegus, even Awakening Maegus. Like I'm just telling them, hey, look at the AOS Awakening Maegus, what they can capable. They can literally kill people. Also, is it only me? My class having lots of hit accel with Awakened Maegu. I'm getting CC.
No, it's everybody.
Is it only me?
It's everybody.
Everybody, isn't it?
It's everybody.
Yes.
Is it because of multi-hit CC they spamming?
Yep, multi-hit CC, as well as the fact that
they
it's
use
all reds and it's
3 to 4 abilities in sequence that make you take like 10 to 15 hits at once, and then you just get hit out.
I want to throw this piece of information for picturing, because maybe a Maegu on paper doesn't seem strong, but as of right now, in EU, we have 9 Maegus on the top 100, and I'm pretty sure probably there's one that is Succession. On NA, we have 6. In KR, it is 10.
Oh.
And in Asia, there is 9.
It's
like very common in all the regions that the class is overperforming.
Yeah. Like out of all of our S plus picks, Maegu is the most objectively like provable one. It is S plus.
What infuriates me the most is that whenever they've been doing all this balancing across all the classes, you could say, okay, at least they're hitting on the right classes, but how can they just so badly miss on both on Maegu? I was gonna say Archer, but let's just say Maegu, because Maegu obviously is just overperforming across all the regions. How come they just don't give anything to her? The class can do 300k damage easily per game, and I'm not talking about 5-round games, like 4 threes, maybe 3 is a bit too short, but for 300k damage and just probably using, 4 skills? In the entire match? She doesn't need anything else. And as we are saying, the natural counters to her are getting downgraded. How are you going to stop her? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say for Maegu.
It is also like one of the worst designed classes as well, because the optimal way to play it is to just do your 5 abilities and then WF out every time.
And you can't balance it.
The most boring bullshit that is still in the
But
game.
it is working. It is boring, simple, but working. That's the thing.
Yep.
And she performs well in Guild League, probably the best DPS for Guild League. Does great in 3v3s. In 1v1, probably she just can kill people standing. And in Node where she one-taps and hit accels you, like she does very well for probably 2 years in all the contents in the game. It's just one of those classes that can kill by pure DPS any other DPS class and the most tank classes. Like I've been with Bafroy for a long time now, both for the tournament, in AOS, in practice, and we've been talking how bad he suffers about that class, because he would kill him just by 2-3 spins on his back, and he's probably one of the tankiest classes in the game. So how do you feel about the Maegu, Buffy?
I want to say 2 things. One, we are either need to move Archer down to S or move Maegu up from A to S, due to the fact that I'm looking at the rankings across all regions. Archer and the Succession Maegu's rankings are very similar. Right, so
yeah,
one
but
of
the
those
top end is higher on
have to
Archer.
move down or move up. Like
that is just
either move down to S
cap.
or no.
The top end on Archer is higher on EU. It is obviously it's slightly biased because we're EU players. And
I mean, yes,
Archer is
but,
the absolute
but
menace
also
on
like
EU right now.
I think Suck Maegu definitely need to move up now due to that.
No.
No.
What?
No.
There's no way you compare Archer to fucking Maegu right now.
I mean,
Maegu,
yes,
I
but
just
like,
run
the
at
thing is,
them.
why are they so similarly ranked? That's the thing, right? That's
They
my
can do
question. Why
shit.
are they so similarly ranked?
Or there's no Maegu
I'm
in
a
top 10
skirmisher.
or top 20.
I can easily, run at Maegus. I can say that. Chasing Archer, chasing Maegu, 10 times harder is Archer. Maegu, I can chase, they can't kill me while I'm chasing them. They can run away from me. They can do nothing. They just run. And I win that fight at the end of the day.
Right.
Yeah, that's why it's mid tier.
I mean, yeah, but the thing is, why isn't Succession Maegu S though? Because if you put Archer in S plus, and if their ranking is so similar, why
is there any Succession Maegu on the top 50 in EU?
Yeah,
in NA or in AR or in
I
any
do
other
believe
region?
so. Let me check.
Top 50. I'm not saying top 100 because I know in top 100
there's none.
There's none.
No, there's none actually. The first one's top 63.
Yeah.
There you go. That's why she's not.
They're all awakening.
That's why the class is an A, because that's where all the A classes are. They're like bottom 80 of top 100, bottom 60.
And if you want to go on to all the CCs that Succession Maegu has, they're not as many as Archer, and they're, if I'm not wrong,
Like,
only KD is fully
Succession
unprotected.
Maegu is better. I'm not saying Succession Maegu is better, but I'm saying it's closer than a whole double tier. It's closer than 2 tiers.
Also, I have to say that
you're misunderstanding these tiers. There's not that great of a difference between S plus, S, and A. There's only a difference of like 10 to 20% damage and like 1 or less SACC. There's not a big difference between those classes, man.
I don't think there is either.
So
but it's like yeah, go on.
Awakened Maegu also can use the Pro-Awakening kit. Most of the veterans complaining about that. If that class Awakening, like, why is using Pro-Awakening kit as much as Awakening kit? Nerf it.
And that's
simple. Stop the class.
That's a good point, Quenya, because for some classes, PA has done, in the case, for example, of Awakening Sage, they've made very sure that the pre-awakening kit is completely useless. Well, obviously, it shouldn't be the case. And Maegu, one of the changes that they did was remove the essay for the Shift Q, right? And they kept the CC for the Awakening Maegu. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I am talking with Met veterans, AOS enjoyers, or like all of the top players. I'm there, chat. Everyone is complaining about Awakening Maegu, but in my chat right now, I'm saying that, how can you say Awakening Maegu is not S+? Come on, brother. We didn't born yesterday, guys, okay? Come on.
Right.
If you also like, I should say that if you guys really want to make your own tier list, make your own tier lists and let us see. Appreciate it. Let's keep to that.
True.
Just keep in mind, like, for everybody as well, like, this is EU biased. This is like, like we're almost all EU players. This is mostly EU, not that much ANI.
I want to just add with Awakening Maegu, it is one of the most consistently protected class as well.
Yeah.
Right. I think that plays a big contribution towards like even lower end, like mid ladder, lower ladder, just due to the fact that it's so protected on top of everything and it's boring, and people with less hands can also do it, and it's what makes it so oppressive basically across the board.
Enough of Maegu. Let's move on to the next one.
Which one is the next? Scholar.
Okay, Baylor.
We got Baylor here, you know.
Put it in S. I'll leave it to you to put it where you want it. Put it in S.
Lower S. Lower S will be okay.
Low S, yeah. Low S.
I mean, if we
over Ranger for sure.
If we have placed Succession Nova there, Scholar has to be better than that, right? Is it better than Awakening Ninja? I wouldn't say so.
No. It's definitely better than Awakening Ranger, though.
That's fine. I mean, CCs are good. If you know how to control your stamina, is good. Damage is balanced. You cannot kill people easily with full protected. but still annoying skill kit for AOS and can create pretty good, zone for his teammates. That's why I say S.
Yeah, I agree. Like a lot of the games that I play out in a way where I just win either off of chip damage or like a random grab. So it isn't that different, but it has like more chip than a lot of the grab classes, like Ranger. And it's like, and I can't die to most people unless they grab me. So I don't know. I put it over Saxorg actually.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Near Saxorg?
Behind Mystic. Yeah, over Saxorg behind Mystic is where I would put it probably.
Most of the time when a class get nerfed, all of the crybabies cry, but you have to listen the actual class masters. Okay, this is just overall advice for people. Scholar was dead, isn't it? He got how many times? 2, 3 times? I don't know, something like that. Small nerfs. At the end of the day, they said Scholar is unplayable.
At this point.
Yeah, but it's class is still doing good. Then, okay, so he's not dead. Just want to say that.
Yeah,
better than 90%
it is. For AOS specifically, it's still no matter. Node War, it got kind of.
And Node War, it does.
Yeah, in Node War is maybe B tier, but
in the
like
same
it's
way,
so hard.
I want to throw another comparison to Awakening Stage. In the same way they removed your iframes while mid-air and a lot of interactions, the same way it doesn't really matter to you because you're way more tankier than me. It completely fucked me over, right? Because they removed a lot of my initial iframe, into Shifty, into Rift Chain, into a lot of flying around. So for me, it matters way more than what it actually mattered or ended up mattering for you in AOS, right? So
it's the same. All my airtime iframes are gone. It got the same nerfs, but I have more DR reduction, so I just don't care as much in small scale.
It's only weaker to range damage, right? And we only have 2 that's up there.
The reason it's better and like worse than Node War is just Rangers shooting me out of the air. So yeah, it's good. That's all.
Also time.
Let's move on.
I directly put it S plus. Also suck.
No, and I fully disagree.
That is rage bait.
That is rage bait.
Okay,
it might be S, but it's not S plus.
Yeah, I put it next to Awakening Witch.
A tier.
It has to be.
Suck Dosa A tier? What?
Yes, A tier.
No.
What?
Yes, I will tell you why. It's predictable and slow.
How do you predict Cloud General? A pet CC? Pet AI CC?
Real, say
well, actually, well, the thing is, here's something that, well, there's a lot of people.
We're talking about
watching
Succession,
now,
not Awakening.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
there is no way.
It's
there is no way Succession Dosa is better than Awakening Ninja.
No.
Change my mind.
Well, actually.
And in my I might be biased, but there is no way I would prefer to have in my team Succession Valkyrie that I would Succession Dosa.
The class does nothing.
The class is just a sit-in slow duck dishing damage that only can put.
You can't play correctly with it.
Yeah.
Also, for people that don't know, the clone that Dosa uses, if you iframe the clone, it is guaranteed to try and attack you again. So it forces you in a way to use an SA. Because if you use SA on the clone, it will only attack you once.
Yeah, but
I lost
in
my
in a
3 different
scenario,
games.
when
I literally
Suck Dosa uses it on like render range because he like barely has like a lock on you, it doesn't matter. You're never gonna notice.
Yes, you do. You see the smoke coming in. You can see it. You can see the smoke coming in before it hits you. Yes, you can.
ADEX, I want to clarify that most people at high level plays on a lowest optimal, if not lower.
I have effects on, and
I have effects on.
It is too fast. It is too fast to react to when you use it. Like in a 3v3, a good Suck Dosa isn't even gonna use it when you're seeing them. They're gonna use it after an iframe when they're barely visible. You're not gonna expect it. They can even use it from behind you. They can use it like people in high elo will use things off screen for you. That is how I grab people as well. I grab them from behind off screen. They cannot react. Like that's how people play there. I think at the top end, Suck Dosa is probably better than the Awakening Witch at the minimum.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. It has like really good sustainability. It has high pressure as well.
Okay, hear me out, because I would see it much better if Suck
But I do
Dosa,
think it's
Awakening
not S
Witch,
tier
and
or
Suck
S plus.
Nova are on A. Those
Suck Nova
three
A?
should move on the top A.
Also, Succession Dosa
Dosa,
struggles
make more
really
sense,
hard
yeah.
against
Nova
3
should
block
be top A.
classes.
It
You
might
should
make more sense if you
struggle
put
against
Witch
some
and Dosa
classes.
down there.
I mean,
I would
technically, if
feel
you
much
play
better.
Succession Dota well, you basically don't die. You basically run out of 3 minute time, and you essentially are an environmental hazard against the enemy team. You're just a constant damage block. Your damage check, your CC check.
Yes, but you're predictable. You know that you can
You're
get
super
catched.
predictable, but you're also
Bro, we can
if you
I
play
can't catch
well enough, you
Dosa.
don't die.
Is it me?
Yeah, I think so, Quindaya.
A good
It
Dosa
has
can
a lot
always
of
cancel.
openings.
Bro, they
Dosa
always iframe
can-
everything. I don't know, like
They can bait you,
After
and then
they
just
did the
instant cancel
dash,
by pressing
after they did
WS.
the dash, they cannot do anything. They're
I agree,
locked in
I agree.
animation. That's when you can grab them.
Yeah, but that's the same for Scholar. Scholar has a lot of animation locks. The way you play around it is you just use them at the distance where nobody can grab you, but you can still CC them when they try to grab you. And that is something Suck Dosa is super good at. Like, you're just barely out of reach, position-wise, and you have the iframe ready to cancel in case they get closer, and you just punish people
But
all the time.
you cannot cancel after you dashed. You cannot do that. You cannot.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You dash cancel as they grab, and you keep the spacing in a way that they can't grab you before it happens.
Like, again,
Okay,
I think
yes.
we wouldn't have that much of an issue if we played
In that sense,
you
yes,
know what's
that's true.
happening? I'll tell you many examples. You're saying that you can cancel, isn't it? I know
Yeah,
it.
after you
I rush
dash,
at them.
after you dash,
I
you
try
cannot
to grab
cancel.
them. They bump. Shift RMB. My grab is
but
punished by SACC.
That's the mistake you make because you have to wait until after they dash, and then they cannot do anything.
It's making them untouchable.
No.
There's 2 animations I know that I can grab them out of. So I wouldn't put them into high S. If we put them into S, I would only put them into S because of Awakening Witch being there.
Yeah.
No, I mean, in order for me to this tier list to be well, we would need to move Succession Dosa, Awakening Witch, and Succession Nova to top A.
I think so as well.
I think that's fair.
right.
I think that's fair. By the way, just another note, just to clue people in as well, especially in the chat comms that we're kind of in. Succession Dosa, along with Maegu, is probably one of the most spammed class in mid ladder. Just due to the fact that, once again, how consistent
Very easy
it
to
is.
play.
They're very easy to play. It's very consistent, and it is a complete menace on mid ladder. Just due to the fact that it is very like you will be completely consistent every single match. It is boring. Don't get me wrong, but it is spammed as fucking hard on mid ladder because of that, right? So I feel like there will be some skew towards S because of that, but I do agree. I think we should move everything to A, like Hugo said.
Okay.
I would do
I'm
that.
putting it
In order
A,
for
but I
me-
would completely disagree. Okay. Those 3 classes, they're on A.
I
You
would
guys
do
are
that.
responsible. All hate. Because all
I
of
would do
Mina's
that.
server is completely hate Suck Dosa's current state. That Pat CC randomly appears behind of it. I lost my 3 independent, completely different matches because of Pat CC. I grabbed Suck Dosa, and Pat appeared in the he was on the ground. Probably he pressed C. Animation started. If animation started, Pat appears, and Pat CC'd me. He get up, and I died.
Yeah,
3 different situations.
That is super annoying indeed.
The only reason it makes sense like this is because everything above it never has
It's
to
better.
leave super armor
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah.
That is the only reason why it makes sense. Every class above it has only optional frontal guards.
I mean,
that's why it's
if
kind
you
of
really want to
weaker in them.
move Succession Dosa at the bottom of S tier, right? Because it doesn't really
It doesn't change anything, yeah.
It
If you
doesn't
want it
change
in S, you
anything,
can
and
put
it
it down S.
satisfies the mana base, I suppose. You know.
I don't know.
But yeah.
Infinite stamina, Pet CC, like just a little bit touch on stamina. Maybe that, SF skill, they moving backward, regen stamina, remove it. And Pet CC, remove it. If they need, give another CC that they can use it with their brain, because I don't want to get randomly CC'd. I also lost a round, for example. Dosa was fighting there. I catch someone, Pet appeared, Pet CC'd me, but Dosa, the guy didn't want to CC me. He was fighting there, like just rotating SA. That's why I say that Saknova is also like same shit, different color thing. There is no intention in
by the way.
shit.
Sorry,
that is true.
I need to address something. Dev's grip. Okay, if you comma / away, you're like one render away, and you did then FG. That is an optional FG. That is what I'm talking about. If you're in the fight, you're full super armor. You're just capping. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I agree with Mailer. Like, you actually, if you need a CC from Dosa, you actually have to commit to a frontal guard, right? While the other classes ahead of him don't, right? So that's probably the main difference.
Like, it makes sense to be top of A because of that, because it can be like so after, but like if there's so much problem that's being caused in the mid ladder as well as like in certain regions, I think bottom of S just to satisfy those people would be.
Oh yeah,
fine.
I mean, I can totally agree with that. That's definitely, yeah, I can totally agree with that.
Yeah,
Okay.
but everybody
Right,
that I know, they say, for example, Dosa is predictable. Like even for me, it's predictable, but it is unpunishable also. Very hard, especially melee grab. Especially like not for only Dosa, melee grab, using melee grab. If you guys using a melee grab in this meta, bro, is so high risky. I'm not complaining about that, but Succession Dosa, when I try to grab it, bum, instantly get KD'd, or bum, pet CC, something. Melee grab for Succession Dosa very, very hard in that infinite, iframe SA.
Yeah. But the class itself struggles against block classes, for example, like Q block classes. It struggles against it. It's a really strong counter against it.
How many Q block classes we have on top here? Mid tier maybe. You can encounter with Saknova maybe in high elos. You maybe only have problem with against that.
What are you gonna say, Buffrey?
I have no problem. I had to study the kit for the tournament, and I have no problem completely shutting down a Dosa.
No.
There's only one class there.
It does nothing.
Like, I think those still should be in A along with like Saknova, because Saknova is like the final.
I can buy a top A. I can buy the top A spot for Dosa.
Yeah.
Wouldn't annoy me.
Anyways, let's just move on, because I think I also agree with Awakening Dosa at the bottom of it. I think that's fair.
Awakening Dosa, where
Awakening Dosa cannot play. I don't think he can
B.
play proactively.
It's B tier.
I put
but
it next to Succession.
The thing is with Awakening Dosa is that it requires a lot of effort and skill as well. Like it's not an easy class to play, and it's very comp dependent, and you need good communication too in AOS. If you don't have any of those, it's
Yeah.
The only way you do anything on it as well is like if you get ignored, because like
if
super
you
armor
get high
damage and CCs are not there anymore.
Yeah, if you get pressured really hard, you're basically not doing anything at all.
I mean, it's any range class that isn't fully protected, basically, right?
Yeah, and then there's also the big issue is that whenever you want to deal damage, you are always unprotected unless you're in melee range.
Fire goes hard. But yeah, let's move on to, is it Deadeye now?
Deadeye, yeah, I think Deadeye.
Yeah, before we go Deadeye, because this part will be on YouTube.
Deadeye?
This video will be on YouTube. Let me just say that, please. I'm not responsible for Dosa A tier, okay? It's for me is S. Just saying that. And I put an A top because they said let's put it A top. Saknova Awaken Mish. I still say these are S for AOS specific. But there we go. And also click the like button. Let's meet in the comment section. The other classes, Deadeye. The gun lady, gun mommy.
I think it fell off really hard. Really hard.
We don't see them that often, but the damage is still very...
Low A?
Low A?
No.
B, yes.
B?
I think
only has one thing.
I want to say it's Deadeye is such a noob stomper, by the way. I think it's A.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that also.
I think it's A.
You could say the same about Sucksage, though. Sucksage.
You can say that about Sucksage, but Deadeye is way more oppressive in terms of noob stomping.
I don't think so. It just kind of dies.
In my
even to
opinion, I think
moves.
so.
Yeah.
Like
It's okay.
you go into mid ladder, you see Deadeye, and your teammates instantly fall over. You don't see that with Sucksage.
You do though.
Right? I think Deadeye is like bottom of A, but like it shouldn't be B. It should be better than Sage.
Okay. It's not. There's no big difference.
There's no big difference, but like it's like if you don't know how to deal with it, it's good. With Sucksage, at least you know it's slow, right? You can visualize it. With Deadeye, it's just like, wait, how the hell do I, if you
I feel like just because of the fact that Deadeye can be E-buffed and set buff and kill people standing in that single round allows her to play proactively. Probably just this makes her deserve of, an A tier, but no way it goes way too far from A.
Cool. Let's move on to Wukong then, the last one, right?
Wukong and Seraph. Wukong S. Do we need to talk about it?
Bottom of S, yeah.
I don't think we need to.
Yeah.
It
but nobody's playing it. Like everyone is so bad.
Devious is playing and showing how class is good right now.
Krella got really high as well until you got kind of ran down.
Yeah.
But like I watched Devious and I said that this class is it's definitely S, top S. Like, it's S, no doubt. Skill kit, what you can capable to do it, and I don't know why this class is fucking tanky with that skill kit. I don't know why.
Are we giving it S because of one person?
Not one person.
No, it's not one person. Like Musa, Wukong across EU right now is being a menace. It like at mid ladder at least because you can build form so easily, and the fact that if you're a good Wukong, you will do so. How a Wukong can play now is basically you build form, and then once you got form, you can start being extremely powerful. But how you can abuse that is that as a good Wukong, if you're winning on the first match, you build form even before the second match starts, right? And because of that, you get form automatically upgraded in the second match, so you get form immediately going into it, and you do that the same to the third match. So it's a
good Wukong has form within the first minute of first match.
Yeah, they just say, let me hit 2-3 skills, and then I get my form.
Yeah, they're just keeping it
tell their
infinite.
teammates to play so.
Let me suck.
Yeah, let me suck.
They're even using it's interesting. I saw it in Devious. They're even using heal. They first, before take heal, use that skill. They charge themselves and take heal.
Yeah.
Did you guys see it?
But
it's interesting.
The thing that's holding back Wukong from being on the ladder is it actually needs
it doesn't reset after the match. So S.
There's more than one good Wukong. We had a few on EU as well that hit like high ranks.
Let me check Wukong's in Mina. I'm gonna check it. Wait. Solare.
The highest one is 1900 in EU, and he's spamming, and he's struggling to climb. So
he used to be 2100 yesterday. He just got very unlucky.
Where's Wukong?
And he's also playing striker with 60% win rate. So
1.8, 1.9k. And we have also good, Wukongs in other regions.
I mean, if you want to, like, I'm down to put it down to A as well. Like, there's no big difference for me. It is literally a class that needs playtime. You need to basically learn every matchup until it's good.
And I think placing Wukong S will be ahead of its time because the class is not fully figured out yet. But I think even now it's around Succession Dosa level, and it can only get higher. Right? It's the potential of it.
Yeah.
People also complain about in my chat, like Wukong has no damage or something. Do you guys want damage into this skill kit? That if this class has damage, directly S plus it.
Yeah, and not even that. Wukong is so tanky. Have you guys fought against one?
Yeah, it's tanky. I don't know how. No. We're just I'm grabbing Wukong. 3 people hitting it, barely kill it.
It has 80% evasion the entire time it's moving.
Yeah.
It needs to use a side dash and gets 80 evasion or some shit and 50 AP. It has crazy stats.
The potential to go into S is unlimited, and I think it should be longer.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like on the basis of like, there's maybe 2, if you include Krella on EU, that actually play it, then I would be fine with putting it just A, and it's just basically just Devious puts it at A.
Yeah.
But Devious is also calling it is solid S tier for Solare. He's saying it.
Yeah,
I mean, top A,
He's saying
bottom
it's
S
not
won't
easy.
make that
When
much
you
difference.
get used to it, you will understand the power of the class. He said it. He's saying this.
It is also like a bit of my point of view, because like I fought online a lot when he was learning Wukong, and the class has a lot of animation locks you can grab.
Yeah.
So the more people are actually gonna fight Devious, the more he's gonna get grabbed out of shit as well.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
The more
I think
competitive,
Yeah, Myla,
the worse
also
it will be for it.
just a quick question, and because like if that's the issue with like grabbing the Wukong, I mean obviously Wukong has some stationary animations, but to like classes even in the S tier that doesn't have a grab, Wukong is going to be a massive problem.
So last thoughts: low S or high A?
Wouldn't make
Mid-A.
that
I don't
much
care
of
either
a
way.
difference.
Both are fine by me.
Both are fine, yeah.
Both are fine, yeah. Do we want to change anything then? I think this is the final score list, right?
It
There's
is Seraph. There is
Seraph?
Seraph.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
PB
right.
here.
Seraph.
There's no Seraph image on this website. I'm putting it
Yeah,
here.
it's B.
B. Okay. We're done with it.
Spectator class.
Exactly. Just run at it. Dash. Run at it. When it just double dash, CC.
Yep.
Yeah.
They gutted her.
Right.
God
So let's
Lord.
look at this. Anything we
So-
want to particularly change?
Just check
I'm
the list on the
actually-
screen.
Yeah,
I'm
looking.
actually pretty surprised. I like it. It sits well on me.
There is like a few things I might change. Like I think Awakening DK should be moved to the top B, but
Yeah, probably. She's better than Suck Sage and Awakening Dosa.
yeah, she is better
I
than
would give
Succession
you
in
that.
kind of damage dealing, and it's
Like Suck Sage and Awakening Dosa would need to be the lowest part of V. To that I agree.
yeah, like in the trio of range damage, I think DK is actually on top. So DK should be way higher,
Yeah.
if not bottom A.
Yeah.
I would have
What?
put a lot of more grab classes into S and left some of the non-grab classes in S and A, but it doesn't really matter. They're all competitive. You cannot play all of them basically. Like top of A is good. I don't know.
And
To me,
also
it is.
one last thing that I want to say with all these tier lists, despite of the overperforming classes, you see that the biggest amount of classes sitting on this A tier, I think it's a place, maybe this is a big copium, but despite of all the amount of crying that we have for all the hated classes, it could be very well balanced situation as of right now if we deal with a couple of things that we have over there. But overall, we are sitting in a meta where a lot of stuff is viable, and that makes me very happy.
Yeah.
I'll have to counteract a tiny bit because the thing is, well, it does make a lot of classes become viable. The classes that aren't viable becomes even more unviable. Like I think the divide between viable classes and unviable classes has become even greater. If you get what I mean. But I see you.
Like
How
for
come? I
example,
disagree.
Awakening
Yeah, I disagree too.
Berserker can be playable. Like if you have Kylthi on him, he will carry you games. If you have Hakai on Awakening Warrior, he will carry you. At least in EU perspective. Like I'm looking at those classes, sure, they sit there, but they are playable. In before, you couldn't play Awakening Dracania. What class in all these tier lists you would say that it's completely unplayable? You only have to.
Yeah,
Suck
I agree.
Ranger?
It is only C tier.
Shy?
C tier is unplayable. Everything else can work with some sort of playstyle.
You can
It's not gonna
actually
be super
play
fun,
it.
but it's gonna be okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. And also AOS is a little bit RNG. Somebody told me that there is
know, for
drug
sure.
is 2K or 2.1K or something, but he's also his friend. He said that his Giga RNG, carried from 1.8K to 2.1K. He just full win streak. It's just RNG.
I think one of the biggest problem with AOS right now is because the player pool is so small in both regions. They're like not just both regions, all regions. Like EU probably got it the least amount because EU's probably got the biggest player pool.
Yeah.
But even EU has like problems in terms of like
Although
constantly queuing each other.
I would say the lowest populated AOS season I've seen was the previous one that we are right now. This one, it brought a lot of people back.
Yeah, we're
A
doing
lot
great.
of people.
Especially
We're
with
doing great.
Mina players coming over. We have so many people playing. It's
Yeah.
super fun.
Maybe next
And
season
all
I
EU
will come
players.
and
And all
kick
EU
Higa's
players.
ass.
For me, that's not an issue.
Yeah, he likes it.
Mm.
Yeah, like let's just like Twitch chat, okay? Twitch chat, stop what you're doing right now. I know you guys are jerking off because of my handsome face, Higa's sexy ass, but stop what you do, okay? And from out of 10, don't be BS, don't be shit, don't troll. Just say, from out of 10, what do you think about this tier list? 7, 8, 9. About accurate, it's okay, something. From out of 10, rate it right now. Also, let's talk about the tier list chat. I mean, guys. Also, like YouTube, you should also just talk about the thing. This part will be on YouTube. So do we have anything to do?
No, this should be the last. I mean, we've been japping probably the longest we've ever, like probably 4 hours.
That's a long
longest
time.
jab we
Yeah.
ever did. Yeah.
We
Yeah,
gave
so
people content to grind for hours.
And I remember you said, "Oh, this is gonna be a quick one. It's structured. It's gonna be a quick one."
Yeah. When are we gonna do another podcast, Tiga?
Oof. I mean, we have quite a lot of topics to talk about, like all.
I mean, we can just quickly speedrun them through now. Let me check.
We have a lot of the changes for Node Wars, Sieges. We have the new treasure. We have a lot of stuff that I feel like people are sleeping on, which is life skills. The amount of things that they're changing. I think we would need to ask a lot of the life skill people how good barter is right now. All the prices on the marketplace moving.
Yeah.
There's so much happening, which on paper isn't very big, but it's interesting that we analyze it because it's not new content, right? It's like tweaks to improve quality of life or, to revitalize a little bit of the contents in the game. But for sure, now I will have a lot of free time because summer hitting up on us, and I will try to organize as many episodes as I can through all the contents of video. So yeah, that's my promise from here. And as always, I know there was a lot of people that had to leave because of Node Wars, and we've been japping for hours. And for the people that are still here, you guys, I know that I love you and I appreciate you a lot that you come here and jap with us. It's always a pleasure to count on you. And if you allow me to do this last question for final thoughts, what is your class take that will rise in the meta after we've done with all these changes and balancing? What is that one class that will remain? And I'm gonna start with you, Hazy. What is that class that will remain supreme?
I will have to say Lahn.
Okay.
Awakening Lahn, yeah. No, there's no way. It's the perfect AOS class. Like, no matter how you change the kits, unless you start removing protections, like to the point that she can disengage, re-engage, grab peel, damage peel, CC peel. She have everything and is perfect for the meta of AOS. So Lahn will be on top no matter what happens. I don't think that will change.
Okay. Adex, your choice. What is that reigning supreme class for you whenever we're done with all this balancing, finishing up on Thursday?
Honestly, if I'm really honest, I wouldn't know because I am not in like the insane high elo. I haven't played too much of it, so I can't really say anything about that.
Okay. Hopefully more love to your Awakening Dosa. They secretly buff him in PvP whenever they start buffing classes on PvE.
I don't know, man. It's so dangerous to buff that.
They
class,
did that.
really.
They did that to Sage when they started PvE buffing classes. They PvP buffed Sage. So I'm just calling that.
Yeah,
What happened to you?
Yeah. Who knows? I mean, I do think for PvP the class definitely it needs a buff.
Yeah, it needs something for PvP.
Really badly.
Okay, Myla, your turn. What is your reigning supreme class?
It's Lahn.
Has to be Lahn, right?
Just the most brain dead class you can imagine. Even at the most basic level, it's gonna hit top 100 if you're like somewhat of a player at all. It is the FOTM next week.
Buffrey, what is your take? What class will you hate the most after we're done with balancing?
Maegu.
Yeah.
I just hate interacting with it. It's just so brain dead. The fact that if you happen to take a lot of damage, me or anyone in my team, if they happen to take a lot of damage, the Maegu just perma runs them down until they eventually die.
No. For me,
and they naturally counter all the other classes, I guess.
I do agree with you. As much as I hate the other classes on the S Plus, it just blows my mind, the state of Maegu, not gonna lie. And that she has not been touched throughout all these patches is actually beyond me. So you can go with your take. Quendia, what is your reigning supreme class for this, last half of the AOS season? And you can close the episode if you
want. Awakening Lahn, probably. All S plus classes, I hate them. They need to slow down. But PA wanted to keep them same. Maybe we will have some kind of copium right now on Wednesday in Korea patch notes. Maybe we'll see more nerfs to those classes. Who knows? But I have no hopes, and I lost my hope against PA and their takes, their steps. Yeah, I'm appreciated. Like all people joined. We started like 10 people. Many of them left because of real life issues, real life things to do. I'm appreciated. And all I can say to people on YouTube from here, please click that like button. And we try to give you proper AOS tier lists. Like finding 10 out of 10 accurate tier list is impossible, but I believe that this will be the most accurate tier lists, not based on one guy experience. 10 different people talk about the classes, and they are veteran classes, the veteran players. You guys, I know that what people think, hey, who is, for example, Suck Ranger player? Like Suck Ranger is not capable to do AOS. It doesn't mean that Haze has nothing to, share about game experience. Or my class, Awakened Drug, is limited class, but it doesn't make me weak about AOS knowledge. Or we have many connections with different and high tier people. We're talking, we're watching, we're analyzing, and in different scenario, in different regions, we all agree with these S and S plus classes. They are significantly dominating other part of the game, and PA will do nothing about it. They said it. We will do nothing after this week's global lab, and we tried to just put the classes like Awakened Mystic here. It would be S plus maybe, but now is S because of the vacuum front guard. There will be some kind of place to just punish the class. Even like one gap is making the class is punishable. Direct attacks from S plus to S. That is the difference. Also, let me explain the tiers. S plus means like unpunishable god tier classes. You have everything. Like remain part of this part is just nothing for you. S means S classes can be S plus, can match with these classes, like in high ELO AOS experience people. But only few people can do that. They just, has special bond with their classes. They have some problems with their classes that they're not like perfect, but they're still solid, very strong classes. A classes, they have their limitations. Also, I still disagree with top 3 classes on A part. I would love to pull them S. So they decided to do that, not me. A tier classes, they're just coming you with limitations. You will have fun from your class. Can be stamina, can be tankiness, can be damage, can be other thing, can be mobility, can be many things, but you have limitations. And you know that with your class, when you fight against upper tier classes, you're gonna just feel very, very bad. B tier and C tier, they're simply lacking many things for AOS. They're slow, they feel bad. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, and I'm appreciated everybody just listen me, these people. And to show respect, click that like button, share this in your discords so more people can benefit from this video. You know what we say? Do not forget, video is just a game, and have a nice game.